S.W.Frost is now live streaming Helldivers no digital art offers. Thank you. The end game is long.
I don't know if I'm on board the whole AI hype train. Like, I understand fundamentally it's going to change the world.
Yes.
I just don't know if personally I'm going to be somebody who uses AI tools every single day.
You already probably do in a lot of ways.
In fact, the only AI tool that I really use on a weekly basis is AI text-to-speech, where a viewer can donate me a message and it's read out loud by a famous character. It uses AI to make whatever message sound like that famous person.
Right.
I'll just play you an example. This is the one that I received the most.
SpongeBob. Oh. 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 SpongeBob.
You get the idea. And that certainly isn't legal. Like,
that's why I stopped doing TTS, by the way. I did TTS one day on stream and I made $7,000. I said it's not enough. It's not worth it. I turned the shit off. I said no.
Yep.
I don't want to deal with this shit.
I don't own the IP, and I'm positive Nickelodeon heard that SpongeBob having a huge orgasm for $10 that goes to, well, it goes to my mods, but technically goes to like me, my company, they wouldn't be cool with that. But there's no real recourse for it right now. There's no legislation. There's no checks and balances for AI, but they are coming, and they are coming fast because there are big problems brewing for OpenAI. Now, one of the biggest ones is well, them stealing from me.
Oh.
If you don't know, OpenAI basically needs to feed ChatGPT a lot of text. A lot of text.
Yeah, of
and
course.
They've taken every goddamn website, every goddamn thread, every tweet, every book you can take.
Welcome to my channel.
And they ran out of English text. They're like, they damn ran out of it. So what do they turn to? They turn to transcribed videos. Because there's a lot of footage, there's a lot of videos on the internet. If you transcribe it, you get a lot of text. And they transcribed YouTube videos and then fed that to create ChatGPT 4, which is their best and brightest ChatGPT yet, or whatever. And that is illegal. All right, I still own the copyright of my videos, even if I upload them onto YouTube. They cannot be used by another independent site to make their program better or whatever. But there's no legislation at the moment because AI is innovating faster than law does. The same thing happened.
Let's be real. DMCA was made in 1998. We're still using it. By the time that we have laws for AI, we're going to have portable black holes to solve the problem with pollution. Everybody's going to have like their own, you know, quantum black hole in their house that they're going to just put all their garbage into. Yeah, we're going to be dead by then. It's going to be over.
Deny AI.
With vapes, it
Welcome
happens
to my channel.
periodically throughout history. Internet, whatever you want to draw the comparison
Welcome to my channel.
But it's not just that.
Welcome to my channel.
It's also directly taking the likeness, and I think we're going to find an answer out on whether or not I can use SpongeBob's voice because of the most recent AI controversy. And this all started a week ago when OpenAI announced GPT-4o. All right? And this is basically a text-to-speech or a voice-activated AI assistant. And it's really, really good. I mean, in this demo, they showed two different AI assistants talking to each other.
I always love whenever there are the cavemen that see a current version of AI and think, haha, this is stupid. People think this is good. This isn't good. This is dumb. It's not real.
HBDES. Welcome to my channel.
What's wrong about this?
This is an example of this AI voice assistant teaching this kid how to do his math homework.
Now, looking at the triangle, which side do you think is the hypotenuse?
I've seen this before.
Remember the hypotenuse?
I'm not totally sure. I think it might be this one, but I really am not sure. This side AC.
You're close. Actually, side AC is.
I wonder if you can program the voice assistant to be like, "Wow, you really think that's it? So I guess you're retarded." Well, we want to try again anyway, though. Can you like program it to be abusive? I wonder.
Jason's side. to the angle alpha.
And that's like really impressive. Not just the fact that it understands what the kid is saying and providing correct information. I think it's B to A, I'm pretty sure. But also just the way the AI assistant speaks, like super naturally and fluidly like a real human. Here's some more examples. This is the feature that I think is the coolest. You can do real live translation.
Welcome to my
All
channel.
you need is your phone and this GPT-4o feature.
Welcome to my
throw it on
channel.
the table and you can speak with someone in a different language.
Welcome to my channel.
Translate everything for you.
Hey, how's it been going? Have you been up to anything interesting recently?
Hola, ¿cómo te ha ido? ¿Has hecho algo interesante últimamente?
Hola, bien. Sí, un poco ocupado aquí preparando un evento para la semana que viene.
Apparently people said this was really good.
I've been good. Just a bit busy here preparing for an event next week.
Not only is that incredibly fast, it also is really incredibly fluid, native. All right, that can turn a conversation that might be robotic currently if you were to try.
Darla, welcome to my channel.
Deploying support weapon. Deploying equipment package. Deploying sentry. Orbital strike incoming. Here comes the cavalry. Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
Bot outpost spotted. Marking location, north.
Deploying sentry. Sending down equipment package.
There's something here.
Eagles back from the nest.
I found something.
Tarsa. Welcome to my channel.
Orbital strike incoming.
Rotorajisuyu. Welcome to my channel.
Firing orbital strike.
Tagging map. West. 100 meters. Found something!
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Found something! Found something! Found something!
Mark Zink. Welcome to my channel. Lonely Ejirl.
Northwest. 100
Welcome
meters.
to my channel.
It started raining, everybody sing. And don't you know it's a beautiful day. Running down Fifth Avenue.
Found something!
Deploying support weapon. Sending down sentry. Orbital strike incoming.
Posso pecho con macchina.
Sending down equipment package.
Democracy!
Sending down sentry. Democracy's on its way.
Tagging map, northwest, 100 meters.
Tactical asset near your location.
Helldivers never die!
Sending down equipment package. Sending down sentry. Orbital strike incoming. Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Shez Taiki. Welcome to my channel.
get the XP. I forgot.
First one.
Sending down sentry. Mission map updated.
Dropping at 10.
Liberty return.
100 meters.
And loaded. Deploying equipment package. Firing orbital strike. Coming in hot.
Bag's empty.
Oi, boca.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Ready to liberate.
Olha. Cosa non sto darò.
Rockin'. Welcome to my channel.
Sending down sentry. Sending down equipment package.
Tagging map, northeast, 200 meters.
Ne znam šta me pogodilo, jebote. Aj, joj, bravo.
Helldiver, reporting to the front.
Ava. Welcome to my channel.
Firing orbital strike.
Delivering payload.
Helldiver KIA deploying replacement. Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Ready to liberate.
Left. Liberty speed your step, Helldiver.
Administering freedom.
Democracy has been well delivered. May your extraction be swift.
The one for you. Back shortly.
Lonely Ejail.
Tagging map. West.
Welcome to my channel.
Deploying equipment package.
Democracy needs me.
This is Eagle 1. We're back in business.
Back in business.
You may proceed to extraction when ready. Sending down support weapon.
That should calm down. Every second counts.
Yes, it does. Oh. Oh yeah, well.
COD has seen its different variations of pay-to-win mechanics with supply crates and DLC.
Mogłoby ignorować The Rising.
Try to translate with like Google Translate to a full-on conversation about like politics, religion,
COD has
war,
seen its
whatever
different
you want
variations
with someone that you literally do not speak the same language with. Now there is one thing that people have noticed with GPT-4o, which is that it kind of sounds like it wants to fuck you. I mean, I don't know another way to phrase it. The voice just kind of...
Well, yeah, but that's what's supposed to get people excited. You see, I think that about 85% of the excitement around AI has to do with having sex with it somehow. Like, somehow. Like, and I think 85% might even be a low number. Could be 95.
Sounds like sexually it is attracted to you.
Of course.
And it is trying to make a move. I'll just play this clip.
Well, if people wanted to talk to a girl that wasn't sexually attracted to them, they wouldn't be on the computer in the first place. Let's be real. This is supposed to be better than real life, right?
Few minutes, I'm going to be interviewing at OpenAI. Have you heard of them?
OpenAI? Huh? Sounds vaguely familiar. Kidding, of course. That's incredible, Rocky. What kind of interview?
Well, it's for a software engineering role, but I just need to know, do I look presentable, professional?
His hair is fucked up.
Well, Rocky.
Hair sucks.
You definitely have the I've been coding all night look down,
Yeah.
which could actually work in your favor.
Now, this is one of the 5 OpenAI GPT-4o voices. It's called Sky, but it is definitely their most popular, and the one that they use in the demo that was seen like millions and millions of times around the world, and is reminding a lot of people of a movie that came out a little over a decade ago called Her. And this is obviously like the Joaquin Phoenix movie.
Isn't it crazy how like this movie came out 10 years ago, and it's like, it didn't even take 10 years? It's like, y'all remember back in like the 80s and the 90s, like the sci-fi movies were like, yeah, in the year 2015, there's gonna be flying cars and they're gonna resurrect dinosaurs with lightsabers and shit. And like now it's like, yeah, in the near future 2050, people are gonna have sex with robots, and it's like, oh, that takes too long. Let's just do it next year instead.
Where he has this AI assistant, very similar, and the AI assistant is who he eventually falls in love with.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Samantha.
Good morning, Theodore.
Morning.
You have a meeting in 5 minutes. You want to try getting out of bed?
You're too funny.
And it's that similar kind of flirty conversation, and it's voiced by Scarlett Johansson. So when this whole announcement came out with GPT-4o, Scarlett Johansson dropped a statement and said she was shocked and angered when she heard OpenAI's ChatGPT voice sounded like her. And OpenAI fired back, and they said, hey, we heard the concerns about Sky. We're going to pause the use of the Sky voice while we address them. And a lot of people were like,
Sky is the best voice. This is seriously the worst decision. Universal Basic Scarlett Johansson. You say Sky's voice isn't her, but a different voice actress. So what are you waiting to address? See, and this is the reality, is that the normies don't care. This is what I think a lot of people and like celebrities and influencers don't understand in the entertainment industry, is that normies don't care about somebody else using your voice because they don't understand the nuances of how is that valuable. And here it even goes farther than that. It's not that they're too stupid to understand it, they just don't care.
Dude, what the hell? All right, if it wasn't even Scarlett Johansson as a voice actor, and you just used another voice actress that kind of sounds like her, what's the big deal? And in it, OpenAI also says, hey, we believe that AI voices should not deliberately mimic a celebrity's distinctive voice. Sky's voice is not an imitation of Scarlett Johansson, but belongs to a different professional actress using her own natural speaking voice. So they didn't even use, they're saying, like footage of ScarJo in movies. They just used someone who like maybe sounds like her coincidentally. I don't know.
Well, they obviously wanted it to sound like her, but wanting it to sound like her isn't illegal. Yeah, I want to do something that sounds kind of like this. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's assuredly not coincidental, though. How do I know that? Because Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, tweeted out the day of their announcement of GPT-4o, Her, the title of the movie with Joaquin Phoenix and Scarlett Johansson, which is just a huge fumble. Just don't tweet that out. Maybe you get away with this. Maybe a little highway robbery. He fucks up. He tweets out Her. And then Scarlett Johansson also drops a statement where she said she was offered by Sam Altman in September to be the voice for GPT-4o.
What does she expect is going to happen? Why would they? This is the thing. Why wouldn't they just use somebody that sounds like you and do it anyway?
The AI assistant voice, like the movie Her. They clearly watched the movie Her at OpenAI. They're like, hey man, this is fucking perfect. This is exactly what we want. We want to make this come to life. Let's get the girl from the movie.
Right, yeah, of course.
But for personal reasons, she was like, nah, I don't want to do it. Maybe it makes her feel weird. I don't know. I think it's fair. She says no. And then they decided to pursue a voice that sounds eerily similar to the point where a lot of ScarJo's friends were like, hey, is that you? And she had to be like, no, it's not me. You know, and to be fair, it does kind of sound like her. And then 2 days before they dropped the ChatGPT 4o demo, they asked her again. And before she could reply, they launched the Sky voice. And the fact that they paused the Sky voice, to me, makes it feel like, there's probably some internal memos.
Yeah, it does seem like they're probably worried about something, or they're getting rid of it for now so they can be like legally secure, etc. It's fair she said no, but she can't be mad if it's not her and it sounds like it. Yeah, it's like you think about like what is the implication of that? You can't have anybody that even sounds like me? What the fuck? What? That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. That's wild, yeah.
Okay. If we were able to subpoena, I bet we would see a few Slack messages saying, hey, let's get someone who sounds like ScarJo.
Yeah.
And ScarJo, I think we'll find an answer not only to...
I'm going to be honest. Getting somebody that sounds like you, I don't think that should be illegal. I think that is an insane overstep. If it's not you, then it's not you. They're not marketing it as you. They're not saying it's being voiced by you. That is insane. Like, I'm just being honest here. I feel like it's not even a question.
Is OpenAI allowed to use a voice that sounds similar to ScarJo? but am I allowed to play a text-to-speech of SpongeBob coming his little damn head off for $10?
Yeah.
That goes to my moderator. So that am I allowed to do that?
Obviously
Is that allowed?
Not. Obviously not. Obviously fucking not. It's not even a question whether it's allowed or not. It's obviously not allowed because the character's introducing himself as SpongeBob. Now, you could probably have a case for it if, like, because at the beginning of this is 8:32.
I'll just play you an example. This is the one that I received the most.
SpongeBob, oh.
See, he says it. It's totally different. It is. It's completely different. Like, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, it's totally different.
Because ScarJo gets answers, baby. She won a lawsuit against Disney, man.
Oh.
That's the millennia of lawsuits. You beat Disney, you can beat anyone. So I think we're going to find out an answer very, very soon. There's a lot more lawsuits and a lot more answers and a lot more regulation that need to be figured out with AI. And I'm sure in the next year, we will have maybe just some insight on how far we get. But until then, SpongeBob will be playing on every single one of my piss breaks. It's not my decision, my chat decision. It's how it goes. Thank you very much for watching. Subscribe. All right, see you later. Goodbye. All right, subscribe. See you later. Bye.
What do y'all think? Because, like, my opinion on this is that I don't think that she has any grounds to tell them that they can't do it just because it sounds like her. I think that's an outrageous overreach. I don't think she owns, like, the idea that there's a voice that sounds like her. It's an insane overreach. It is. But what if it is her? Then she probably does have grounds. I would say, yeah, she probably does. They actually need to prove that it's not her? No, they don't. They don't need to prove that it's not her. She has to prove that it is her. Yeah, the burden of proof is on the accuser. It's her likeness, though? Well, let's use the word likeness. You know what else is close to likeness? Is like. It sounds like her. Just because something sounds like her doesn't necessarily mean it's using her likeness. Guilty until proven innocent shatters. Yes, I feel like them removing it, they showed their hand, they almost admitted it. I think they could have, yeah, I think that you're right, by the way. And I think that also, if they had never, if, like, I don't know what the fuck, like, this is so, like, I mean, I feel like a lot of the guys that work at OpenAI and do shit like this, I feel like they've got to be smart dudes, right? I mean, like, they have to, right? But, like, how's he gonna be tweeting this, though? This seems like kind of a fuck-up. Well, how do you fucking tweet? This seems like a big fuck-up. Why would you tweet this? Absolutely. Yeah, you're basically own-goaling yourself. Well, maybe he's smart at one thing, just not at Twitter. And so, yeah, this definitely didn't do himself any favors. Yeah, if they had never talked to her and never collabed with her and just looked for somebody that sounded like Scarlett Johansson, then, yeah, I feel like they're totally in the clear. But if they did use her voice and everything, then yeah, they probably owe her a bit of money. That's definitely it. If they wanted to recreate the AI from the movie, it just so happens that she voiced the character. Yeah, I'm just saying that the law exists, not far that this is an extension of that. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, I personally don't think it's going to go anywhere, and I also think that it's a really big overreach that she thinks that she can suppress what somebody is talking about or what somebody is saying. Or, like, you know, somebody else who has a voice that sounds like her. I think that unless they actually used her voice in order to make the character, she doesn't have a case, in my opinion. I think it's completely unfair.
Našli ko se smeje onda kada
Samo magli pripada samo magli se kiši. Samo magli, samo magli.
of pay-to-win mechanics with supply crates and DLC guns in previous installments, so it was only a matter of time before the pay-to-win experience with Gray's Warzone. So today we're going to go through the entire history of pay-to-win in Warzone. I'm only including items from the premium battle pass or the store itself, so that means no DLC guns will be on this list since those are free to everyone, but just might take you a little bit longer than those who pay for it. Go ahead and comment the most pay-to-win feature we've ever seen in Warzone as we get started. Also, my allergies are getting the best of me, so my voice is a little off this video, so I apologize in advance. I think this was the very first example of pay to win in Warzone and was a camper's dream. In Season 4 of Modern Warfare 19, which is pretty much the first season of Warzone, the Rose skin was available at Tier 100. The skin was notorious for being extremely dark in an already not very vibrant map. It truly gave you an unfair advantage by blending into your surroundings. Rose also gained the reputation as a sweat skin in Warzone, but was quickly claimed by the rats and was abused by corner campers because it essentially granted you invisibility. There would be many times where you would just see bullets coming towards you from a Rose skin corner camper and still not even see the Rose skin while they're actively shooting you. They eventually nerfed the skin to make it a little more vibrant, and it helped a little bit, but was still advantageous nonetheless. I mean, seriously, these before and afters, there's like barely a difference. Regardless if you want to believe it or not, I firmly believe that this was a subtle marketing tactic to drive up their battle pass sales, since you have a very sought after skin to be rewarded with, and at level 100 at that. Blueprints have been a very interesting concept to Warzone and do a good job of creating exclusive camos and effects for specific guns without changing any core stats of the gun itself. Wrong. The MAC-10 got a gallantry blueprint that was pretty mid at best as far as the aesthetic, but when tested was dealing significant more damage than the base MAC-10. The headshot damage was a whole 10 points higher, which chain reacted limb, chest, and neck damage to also be way higher. To put in perspective how broken this was, shooting someone in the pinky toe with this blueprint was the same as shooting someone in the head with the base MAC-10. That means that every single one of your shots at least was going to do the same damage a headshot was going to do on a normal MAC-10. And if you're hitting anything but limbs, you were doing more damage than a normal headshot would do. So yeah, guaranteeing the shortest TTK ever with the MAC-10, no matter where you're hitting.
Welcome
that
to
moment
my
you
channel.
have with an SMG hitting mostly headshots, deleting your opponent is satisfying, and using this blueprint was pretty much always having a moment like that. And we all know the MAC-10 was a very broken meta SMG in the first place, and even after a handful of nerfs was still pretty viable throughout the rest of Warzone. But letting this blueprint see the light of day definitely gave it an extremely undeserved comeback. If I'm being honest, I've loaded up DMZ like once ever since it launched, but this mode is almost completely pay to win after doing research for this video. Pay to win may be a stretch, it's honestly more of like a pay to convenience yourself and kind of expedite things. And what I mean by that is there is a ton of operators and blueprints that give you an inherent advantage in your gameplay. There are smaller things such as spawning with a 2-plate carrier or self-revive. There's other things that I think are a little egregious, such as spawning in with a medium backpack or a whole UAV at your disposal. And if I'm not mistaken, it's like unlimited UAVs, which like, I don't know how that's not pay to win. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong, but that just sounds ridiculous. Regardless, that is absolutely without a doubt spawning in with an advantage that you paid for. Then there's also added effect for weapon blueprints that'll give it a reduced cooldown so you can use it again like right after deploying. Like most of them are like 15 minutes, where normally it's like at least an hour, most of the time like 2 to 3 hours, I think. Then there's the active duty operator slots, which you only have 3 by default, and the only way to get more is by buying operators. I'm not even kidding, when you're in the active operator menu, the other slots are literally locked behind a paywall. Like this is straight up, takes you to the store and everything to unlock these slots, which is just another advantage. It would be different if in DMZ it was strictly PvE, but since you can go head to head with others, I find this pretty lame. Modern Warfare 3 Zombies has a similar pay to win features as well, which is also cringe, but that's really all just PvE. So at that point, it's kind of giving me like mobile game vibes. If you just want to speed up the process, go ahead and throw some money for these little like boosts. Really, that's not really doing much harm. Whereas in DMZ, in theory, you can always spawn in with a UAV, use that UAV right when you start, and go hunt another team which doesn't have a UAV and kill them off rip, which is just shameless. Thermal sights haven't really seen much viability since the old days of Warzone, where the thermal sniper optics in that game will let you see anyone from any range, and then until they got nerfed. Well, the Damascus Heat Tracer pack gave you a variable of the Heat Source 800, which was probably still the best thermal sniper optic we've seen since the launch of Warzone 1. The blue dot not only felt like it was crystal clear, and also kind of removed clutter from the scope, but the enemies seemed to show up a lot more and carry a lot more vibrancy with them. I'm actually colorblind, so I'm not sure if I'm the one who should be having strong opinions about this, but to me it seems like a noticeable difference, and for some people could definitely take advantage of. So with Season 5, they added a dog finisher, and that dog's name is Merlin. Well, Merlin comes with an added perk in the form of a buffed version of High Alert, which is probably one of the most popular perks in the entire game. We all know the High Alert pings your screen from wherever someone is looking at you, but the one time it doesn't do this is when someone's right in front of you, or obviously when someone's using cold-blooded. Well, with Merlin equipped as your finisher, that's right, this is the only finisher on this list. Whenever someone in front of you aims at you, you'll get a bark from Merlin. I didn't even see the guy aiming at him until I rewatched that video like 3 times. If this was me in this scenario, had Merlin not barked, I would never have known someone was in front of me, which is a common occurrence in Warzone. In Warzone, the map is huge and it's easy to miss players, and High Alert going up to 100 meters is a considerable distance, especially when it's right in front of you. This is especially useful for when people are using sniper optics that don't have glint. The only downside to this perk is that the dog is audible to other players, and with that results in enemies being able to hear it, which could give away your position maybe. But I would argue that the benefit is far greater than the negative here, making it a true pay-to-win item. I don't even know if you can still use this in Warzone 3. I know all items transferred from Modern Warfare 2, so unless they change its behavior, you can still use this. But someone comment if you can still use this or not. Alongside the Merlin dog in Season 5, we also got the Dark Rituals Tracer Pack, which came with a blueprint for the Cronin Squall. Also in this Tracer Pack, literally every element about the DMZ pay-to-win is present here. We've got like the free UAV, the free backpack, the free operator slot, and like the weapon cooldowns. Literally all of it's going on here. Just thought that was kind of funny. But that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about the SZ Holotherm that was part of the blueprint. Now, we've already discussed how useless thermals have been since Warzone 1, but if you were going to use any thermal sight on an AR, it was going to be this one. It was honestly decently clean, and since Warzone 2 is really heavy on the smoke grenade meta, this had its fair share of viability. However, this Dark Rituals Holotherm, the optic was just flat out better. I'll just let this comparison of the two let it speak for itself. I mean, it's really easy to tell. I can't really pinpoint why this looks so good other than the Dark Rituals actually filling out their character model, whereas the regular one just kind of shows an outline, and honestly barely even does that. Aside from the players popping, the overall look when you're looking at the map and other objects, pretty much when you're aiming at anything that's not a player, it still looks really clear and clean. And then even on top of that, when someone's using cold-blooded, the Dark Rituals Holotherm pretty much gets nerfed to like the regular Holotherm, whereas the regular Holotherm gets completely useless. Similar story here, not sure if you can still use this or if they nerfed it or changed it whatsoever, but this is probably really good if you're going for a nuke. Alright, I already know that the Doom shotgun bundle had no attachment or characteristic that you couldn't do with a normal Lockwood 300, but I feel like it was worth mentioning since it played a heavy role in bringing the one-shot shotgun to everyone's attention. I'm pretty sure this bundle also didn't tell you what attachments were being used and just took over your shotgun without telling you that the dual trigger was the reason for the one-shot. So regardless if it was pay to win or not, people were definitely convinced it was pay to win, and many bought this for that sole reason. Also, on a side note, this is probably one of my favorite blueprints because Doom is awesome and these animations are sick. The Groot skin was introduced towards the end of Warzone 2's life cycle, but it is arguably even worse than the Rose skin for a couple of different reasons. Aside from being really hard to see, what I thought was different about this is that it was like just overall smaller, it felt. Now, I know the hitbox stays the exact same, but that doesn't exactly make it easier for the player to hit them when your brain is still going to want to shoot at what's visible. I know there's a ton of people out there who think that its hitbox was actually smaller, but there's little to no evidence to support this, so that's just like not a thing. Anyways, if you were playing when this dropped, it was pretty awful time to be around, and eventually they took it out of the game and they gave it kind of a rework similar to what they did with the Rose skin, only this time I do think it was like really dramatic. Instead of just updating on the spot like they did with Rose, they had to completely vault the skin from the game, so that's how you know it was just really bad. The closest thing to the Rose skin we've had aside from Goot would probably the LA Thieves skin. Pretty much the same idea with the whole blacked out getup. Don't want to go too in depth because we've already talked about a couple skins being OP. They eventually added like super vibrant red straps to the backpacks and made the logo even brighter, and like also like the goggles, which is just the right way to nerf these kinds of skins. I'm gonna go ahead and give Black Noir an honorable mention here, even though I don't think it's all that bad, especially when compared to the other ones on this list. Just figured I'd lump it in here while we're talking about it. Now, if I'm being honest, I think this one is a stretch, but if used correctly, it puts you at an advantage, I guess. The Spare Ribs Tracer Pack, which was applicable to the LSW and the WSP9, which, as of me recording this, are very much so in the meta right now. The blueprint is translucent and allowed the player to see more on their screen than usual, but to me, it was only really good if you were using iron sights, and, well, since your gun was transparent, it was kind of hard to use the iron sights. The only real way to fix this was by using a camo to brighten it up, and at that point I think you're kind of defeating the purpose of using the blueprint in the first place. But there's a lot of people right now who are kind of like swearing up and down that this is pay to win and just like a really broken mechanic, which I don't know if I'd ever go that far. There's also a handful of other blueprints like this, but this is the one that's kind of just like all the rage right now, so I figured I'd talk about it. Now we're at modern day, where the new pay-to-win trend has been releasing operators that have an added double XP effect if you're playing with friends using the same skin. The more you're playing with, the more it goes up, all the way up to double XP. Now usually when I'm playing Warzone, it's with a full squad, like you will rarely catch me solo queuing. So that means that whenever I'm playing, I can pretty much always have double XP, and this marketing tactic is so clever that me and my friends bought the web skin the second it dropped. I mean, I can't even blame them here, because you're getting 4 variations of the same skin that just look ridiculous, and it gives you double XP, so that's just free money for Activision. But it kind of like defeats the charm of like ranking up and kind of like grinding your guns, and really like, it used to feel like you had to really just go for it, and now that's kind of just like stripped away. I really don't think this is like a crazy pay to win scheme. It's kind of more like a pay to convenience thing like I was talking about before, but I can still see why this is sour for other people. This is honestly a really stupid entry on here because it really has nothing to do with Activision or Raven or like Warzone at all. This is all external. But if it's what it's come to, it's kind of like highlighting how skill-based matchmaking kind of ruined COD, and COD should maybe like go back to the way things were. Also, I've never used a VPN, but if that's your thing, I mean, so be it. I'm not gonna stop you. Just don't lie about it. Really just putting this in here for the meme of it. But that's every pay-to-win item in Warzone history. Let me know if you think these are actually pay-to-win or if I missed anything on this list. And again, with the whole voice, I'm sorry if I sound disinterested here. I promise, like, I was actually really excited to make this video. If it's your first time here, I promise I don't normally sound like this. But check out some of my other Warzone videos. Stop by one of my live streams right here on YouTube. Don't even have to go to another app. Join my Discord if you're feeling crazy. And if you liked, leave a like. If you didn't, leave a dislike. Comment if you like. And thank you so much for watching.
Reseberi. Welcome to my channel.
To be honest, keep up and I'll stay tuned. Well,
Reseberi. Thanks for following.
Okay. Thanks. So. Which paper do I need? Oh, brother. Can I like put it here? Oh. Other boots. April 19, 2024. Oh, how interesting.
So I thought of this thing, right? When I was doing the dishes. You know the dish soap bottles with like with a cap that looks like
Yeah.
a nipple. So I thought, what if you were to wash one of those bottles very thoroughly and use it as a water bottle
This sounds disgusting.
with the label.
I love chemicals.
Yeah, like with the label and like add like.
Go to the gym and just drink straight dish soap.
But it has to be one of those that are not see-through, that are not transparent.
Yeah. Or just like, just have apple juice inside, so you can say that it's like citrusy.
That'd be fucking hilarious.
This? This.
Peace companies both.
Oh, okay.
Peace gum.
Peace gum.
Peace gum beans. How do you even translate peace gum?
I don't know.
You don't, you literally don't.
It's kind of wheezing at something. There's a rampage here.
It's like, it's more aggressive though than wheezing.
Yeah, but like, I don't think there's any like other translations. Yeah, peace gum.
I understand.
No, peace gum, it's... How do you explain peace gum, bro? It's... Like, for example, it's very...
How do you explain peace gum?
It's very flexible because you can say that if it's very windy,
Yeah,
instead of saying, instead of fucking windy, it's our peace gum. But you can also say it as you're gonna hit somebody very hard. You can say, I ci piznę w łeb, kurwa.
Yes.
That means I'm gonna...
Yeah, peace gum means like I'm laughing so hard at something.
Yeah, or that like you are disappointed, similar to your pierdole as well.
Yeah.
It's so flexible.
Yeah, I think that's a bit too flexible.
Yeah, peace gum. How to translate this?
Curse words are very flexible.
It depends on the context you...
It depends on who you wanna piznąć.
If you wanna say that you're fucking somebody's mother, you can say peace gum ci matka.
Yes.
Just say peace and gun together, and you're Polish.
Peace gum.
That's my sticky.
Okay, yes.
I got shot at though. I got shot at. He has like fucking rubber bullet. Fucking.
There?
He shot me and I calmed, guys.
I'm getting shot at. Oh, people!
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
I
Oh, you
killed one.
didn't. I hit him in the body, but I died.
He has a dead friend there.
Oh.
Hello?
I hit him. I hit.
What?
I saw it.
No.
I just wanted to be known.
No, no.
I did.
Huh? You didn't.
I'm dead.
I'm dead, huh?
I'm dead as a motherfucker.
Okay. I hardly know it.
Has that ever stopped me? They're around me.
I'm coming.
One has a crossing? That's right.
God damn it, he came in already.
He already... he warmed up. Where?
He came in.
Oh, dog? Hi, dog. Oh, dog?
Yeah, dog.
Hello?
Dog?
The fuck?
What are you seeing?
The dog!
Hello, dog.
He just walked right past me here.
Oh, because it's playing music. Music's playing.
I thought it
I think it works on dog.
I'm in dog.
It does.
I'm in dog. Dog. Dog.
Dog.
Dog.
Hmm.
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 Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm. Where is man?
Inside.
I don't know, Batman behind us too.
Ooh, I don't. Yeah. Can we go to the other side?
Sure.
I don't want to be gangbanged.
I do.
Not today. I can be too lucky.
Never mind. There is a guy
We
there.
go in, I guess.
Upstairs.
Shot. How is
Hi,
she
man.
your feet though?
Huh?
Fuck.
Vampires.
There's a bitch on my body. Yeah, that one.
One more bitch.
Nice
Oh no.
Bitch,
You
bitch.
killed.
Bitch here. Oh.
There is a bitch. Hit them with Mosin.
He jumped out.
The woman?
Where's?
Shot him. Dead.
I'm cursed with terrible affliction to play handle. Well, then you're just gonna be mentally unstable like the rest of us. There's a guy!
Oh, the fuck? I thought you were shooting me.
He's throwing. Yeah, he's under solo.
That's good.
The fuck?
Solo carry.
Where are we going?
In the skibidi toilet.
I'm gonna skibidi your mother.
He did the thing.
I'm gonna kill your mother.
Oh.
I'm gonna get her Blizzard. I have free
I think
vitality.
I opened my Instagram feed.
Instagram
Your
feed.
Instagram feed?
Not feed.
Like you sip from your trusted Vault 13 canteen. Ah ha 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 ah.
You will only get that if you have follow new wings.
I don't.
Well, kill yourself.
Oh, people! I
Why
took
are
out
you
my
there?
back.
I will take out my dick.
Dude, fuck off.
But I fucking...
Ah!
Just fucking.
Fuck it. There are a lot of people. I hit one in the leg. There.
Where is there? Where is there?
There. Dude.
Oh, I see. I see you.
Oh, no, where is it there?
Dude! Headshot? No, body shot. Headshot.
One more.
Bomba! Oh, that's not, that's a fake bomba.
Bomba. I see absolute doc.
Headshot.
No, it does not though.
There's a guy.
Bro, you're dead.
No,
Tell me
he's
you have
here.
no friends without telling me you have no friends.
My dream, if I'm gonna be on my deathbed,
Yes,
what I'm
you
gonna try is I'm gonna eat laundry pods. They look so good.
Just make one like that but filled with candy.
No, but that's not the same. I want to taste the flavor.
Yeah, it's fucking bite a salt bar.
I already done that once.
I hit him.
You got bombed.
And there is a barrel.
Oh, he's taking
You
him!
hit him. He dead. I killed him
No.
apparently.
You killed him?
I got the fucking hit mark.
Yeah, I didn't get a hit mark. What the fuck happened? But I hit him with the sticky. I actually stuck him.
He dead.
I stuck the bitch. Oh, I think he went through fire and then he blew up.
Yeah.
Because it was fire you caused.
Yep.
That's hilarious. That's snack cat. Okay, you who? Stop it.
Gonna get a boner.
Shut the
You need to learn how to do the, the silly gay man voice.
The thing is, Alberta gets so into it every time. It always surprises you.
It never
Like, you know
surprises
what's
me.
gonna happen, but like,
It doesn't surprise me.
Stop it.
I'm always amazed. Open the door! Open the door! I hate myself.
Did your head get fucked by stupid?
No,
Yes.
I fucked the stupid.
I fucked the head.
No, I fucked the stupid and deal with it.
Deal with it.
Like a boss.
Like a boss.
Swag.
Nah, stop. 2005 called. They want their jokes back.
I'm actually 2014.
Actually, fuck off.
Actually, kill yourself.
Will do.
You bitch ass me.
No. Alberto.
It's really that day of fans showdown when Alberta is the one who gets racist.
No, I'm just silly.
You're on
You're on
Silly move.
I'm slowly losing my ability to move my limbs.
I'm slowly.
Again.
I'm slowly.
But it's because of the brain rot.
Enjoy.
Overexposure.
It's not my fault.
I'm gonna go in autopilot mode any minute now.
He's gonna go skibidi toilet now.
Please. Make it stop.
I get cool, happy magic all my life. Such Sigma.
Please don't let go.
Rise and shine, Mr. Catman.
Fuck up.
Rise and shine. That I wish to imply that you have been sleeping on the body way.
Oh.
Not,
Make it stop. Make
no
it
one is
stop.
more deserving
Make
of
it
this
stop.
and all
Make
of this
it stop.
in Ohio
Make it stop.
would have gone the waste
Make it stop.
until, well, let's
Stop.
just say
Stop
has
it.
come again.
Stop.
A baseline in the
Steve.
correct place
Kill
can make
yourself.
all the difference
Stop
in Ohio.
Shut your mouth.
So raise up, Mr.
Ah.
Catman. Raise up and
Stop it.
smell the fanboys.
Are you citing it from memory?
No.
Thank God.
I probably will soon though.
I am lost.
I
No
lost.
piss.
I'm pissing in my mouth.
Do not let Alberto cook, I beg. He's cooked enough.
Gonna come to the beach and say the N-word. The only scream I like is the scream of women saying no.
What?
The winky?
I'm fighting, guys.
The winky?
I have engaged combat. I have missed. We have a problem. We have a problem.
Coming towards Uganda for you.
There is an issue. Severe
Fix it.
issue. Reconsider.
I require you to stay immortal.
Die, 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 die. This guy is absolutely horrible at the game. I hit him once.
I hit him.
I hit him
Nice.
twice.
There is more.
There.
Where?
Two, there.
I'm coming.
Two, there. I got shot by
And
a
Albert?
silencer.
Alberto, really funny.
I help me. Oh, there's one guy at the bottom, like there somewhere with a silencer.
There is a... there.
I'm losing my voice.
I was trying to get the dog and there is a woman on the left.
Where's this guy? Oh.
Yeah.
Hit him.
There is two of them there.
One is dead.
Yeah, there. That's him.
Okay.
Silencer though. Silencer from the right on. I'll be careful.
I know everything.
She is
I
gonna
don't
die.
know if that's a good idea.
It is.
Nice. Come for me.
If you ask.
I am surely savable. I need help. I have bomb lump.
She jumped. She running.
On the stairs. Body shot.
She's
Where
inside.
is she?
Yeah, she's inside.
I poisoned her.
She's up.
She's going up.
Yeah, she up.
Now she's not anymore.
She's doing a flank. She's flanking. Big rotation. She's on the bodies. Oh, okay.
She's okay. You good? Okay.
I stabbed her to death.
I'm gonna save the day.
Wow.
I saved the day.
Thank you.
Did you know?
No.
Now you still don't know.
But you know.
What? What do you want from me?
Penis.
What do you want from me? Who are you?
Penis.
What the fuck are you
What are
doing
you
in my
doing
house?
in my house?
I came to visit.
How did you come to visit?
I come.
What's the thing?
Come.
I don't want to be here anymore.
My boyfriend said he's watching, but he doesn't understand anything.
Hello, boyfriend.
Hello, boyfriend. I love you.
Hello, boyfriend. How do you rate Alberto's Diatman Riz?
Please talk about.
You give the poor back their money.
No, I take the money for myself.
Jew.
The fuck, man.
No hesitation whatsoever.
Jew. Red?
red?
No,
You said red, no? Oh,
No.
Zane, you fucking prankster. Oh, what is red?
Okay. There's a man inside me.
Yeah, I didn't do my brain doesn't function. I have been listening to Skiddy Big Blizz Gatman for the fucking past 2 hours. What the fuck do you expect from me?
They're in front of us.
Oh yeah. I hit them.
Oh, I have 1 HP.
Okay, go. Far east. Ah!
That's enough though.
Headshot. You wanna kill him?
I wanna kill him.
He's the only one.
Ooh. I tried.
No. One dead. Bomba. I'm getting
Bomba.
shot at from somewhere. Think up there.
There, I hit him.
There, eh?
I don't know. There's
And
one
on the
close to
right.
me.
I don't see them.
There.
I think they rest.
They did.
Alright.
That was delayed. Thank you. Fuck.
Where's the last
Hello,
one?
Beetle.
I'm fully dead.
I have raising.
Thank you.
Oh, he's alive.
Voila.
Oh yeah, I was
Nice.
out of ammo. Nice.
I got him.
Hello. I haven't been active here recently to get some much needed mental break. I'm most likely not gonna be very active here until the engine drops, and who the fuck knows when that's gonna happen. In the meantime, I made a new channel that's focused on variety. I'll leave the link to it in the description, and there are 2 videos out already, so you can go check them out. Anyway.
Yep.
So I've been playing Hunt as my main game for the last over half a decade, and I've seen them make some big claims and where I got my hopes up, and hopefully it's all fantastic and amazing, but it's Crytek. Less than 1 week after I put out my engine update video, Crytek has made their announcement. They came out with their own video releasing the date when the engine update is coming out. What I did last time was I had a notepad and I said exactly what they said the engine update was going to do in their previous video, their roadmap video from last year, last September. This time I will write in the notepad any new information that they give us in the video. So let's see.
Hi, I'm David Fifield, the general manager for the Hunt franchise. We're here to bring some clarity and an overdue update on the next big step for Hunt Showdown this summer, as well as what to expect from us in the coming weeks. First, let's talk about dates. We clearly left a lot of room for confusion last September when I spoke about ending.
I do kind of like that they acknowledged. I kind of like the way he said that, actually.
We clearly left a lot of room for confusion last.
That's them, you know, taking a little bit of responsibility, right? I like that. We left room for confusion, but also in a way he is kind of saying like you were confused. But I think it's mostly them taking ownership for it though.
Last September when I spoke about ending support for PlayStation 4 and Xbox One versions of Hunt Showdown no sooner than April of 2024. This key announcement was made in good faith to be transparent with the platform owners and the customers that service and support will be ending this year. A specific plan was set in motion to give a minimum of 6 months of notice to those who would be affected. Transitions like this are always tricky when ending a live service offering. We felt it was only fair and right to give as far out a prediction as we could at the time. Today we have another update on this transitional period and what to expect calendar-wise.
Okay.
This summer will usher in a whole new era of Hunt as our update to CryEngine 511 goes live on the 15th of August.
Release date, new info. That is new info. 15th of August. We have a date now. Now they're committed.
After this is live and running natively on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series consoles, you will no longer be able to play at all on the older generations of
which they
consoles
said 6 months ago.
To those affected, again, we want to be clear. Your player accounts and entitlements to Hunt Showdown and all related DLCs carry up to the new version at no additional cost when you're ready to make the hardware transition. We are very committed to get more answers out between now and the 15th of August, which we are treating as a significant relaunch of Hunt Showdown at a whole new level. While that date might have been the biggest question out there, we also know there are hundreds more questions that need addressing. Between now and August, you can expect many announcements and insights with weekly updates and developer video format like this one, or social media posts on past, present, and future topics. Video format like...
I want to hear that again.
Between now and August, you can expect many announcements and insights with weekly updates and
I've seen a lot of people say weekly videos, so to be clear, he said weekly updates.
Announcements and insights with weekly updates and developer video format like this one, or social media posts on past, present.
Or, it's weird, that's a weird sentence. They said weekly updates that could be video formats like this one, or social media posts on past, present, and future topics. That's so weird. I mean, I get what he's saying, but also I feel like a lot of people are going to misconstrue that as we are releasing weekly videos from here until the engine update. I think that's how a lot of people are going to interpret that, which is not what he's saying. He's not saying that. The only reason I'm like pointing this out so much is because I have seen a lot of people already today in chat say they're going to release weekly videos, which is not what he's saying. Weekly updates, which could just be a Twitter post.
Such as lessons learned and the insights we've taken in on the events, hacks, and trait systems from Devil's Moon through the Tide Trilogy and Desolation's Wake. We have a great and vocal community. Healthy response rate for the surveys deployed this last year, and mountains of engagement data to work from.
I think one really good thing that they've done is the surveys. I think that's really good. They are literally asking for your feedback, and it's up to us to give it to them. So whenever they put out those surveys, I think it's really important to take them and give them your feedback, because they are specifically asking for what you want. When they want your feedback, give it to them. Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Also, look for updates on our Fair Play Task Force and the steps we are taking to identify and address cheaters, exploitive play, and toxic interactions. While many of our specific steps in this area are not declared or shown in the open, there is still a lot we can and will share about our philosophy and intentions, as well as more details on actions that are being taken and addressed openly. We will also give more details on where and how to most effectively report offenders you encounter or observe in live play.
I mean, I think one of the biggest things for that is they need to make the in-game report button actually good, instead of the fallback response that they always go to is, oh, just go to huntshowdown.com and report people there. That is a whole, imagine this was any other game, and what they told you, in order to report somebody that is blatantly cheating, you have to go off of the game, go to a website, and then you have to make a ticket in order to report somebody. They need to make it so the report button actually does something, which I hope is what is going to happen. We're gonna go back on this little segment.
Task Force and the steps we are taking to identify and address cheaters, exploitive play, and toxic interactions.
They did say in the last video, they didn't say that in future tense. They didn't say that they're going to hire somebody in the video from 6 months ago. They said they already did. So I am curious what those people did in the last several months. If they hired people to be part of, whatever team several months ago, what have they done in that time? Because they already talked about that in the last video.
While many of our specific steps in this area are not declared or shown in the open, there is still a lot we can and will share about our philosophy and intentions, as well as more details on actions that are being taken and addressed openly. We will also give more details on where and how to most effectively report offenders you encounter or observe in live play.
They did already tell us about the new UI, which hopefully is going to be really good.
Multiple showcases will be posted previewing the new user interface, covering what's being added and some long-standing components which are being removed. The hunter recruitment and prestige systems will continue to evolve, as will progression requirements and details around rewards attached to climbing the ranks.
There's nothing new here. I'm gonna go back and watch it again.
Multiple showcases will be posted previewing the new user interface, covering what's being added and some long-standing components which are being removed.
No new information. I mean, it's a good thing. I'm not trying to shit on it, saying this, they shouldn't do that or anything. They definitely should, but that didn't add anything new to the video or to this announcement.
The recruitment and prestige systems will continue to evolve, as will progression requirements and details around rewards attached to climbing the ranks.
They just said, hey, here's a thing that's coming. We already knew about that. I mean, that's fine. Again, that's fine that they're telling us about it, but they didn't. There's no new information for here. You know?
We will talk about design vision and how decisions are being made about both subtle and substantial game mechanics, such as Hunter Revive.
This has me extremely curious, actually. Very curious. I have been one of the people that is very vocal about not liking how much you're able to revive people in this game nowadays. I don't like it. I'm not gonna immediately get my hopes up and assume that they're gonna change it in a way that benefits me or a way that suits my taste. But I have been very vocal that reviving is ridiculous in this game. So the fact that they are saying they're gonna change something with reviving is very interesting to me. My ears perked up quite a bit when I heard that for the first time.
Health chunks, restorations, burning down hunters.
That one too. I wonder what all of that means.
And reducing stalemates in favor of more definitive fights.
That could be really good news right there.
Find your own watering hole! And reducing stalemates.
Reducing stalemates. Everybody that has ever played Hunt Showdown has been in the situation where there's an inside team with a bounty that does not want to move, and there's an outside team that has long ammo or scopes, and they also don't want to move, and nobody does anything. I hope that is the kind of situation that he's talking about, where nobody is doing anything, which has been a deeply ingrained issue and annoyance in the game for quite a while. So I hope that is something that is going to get addressed. I don't know how exactly they're going to do that, but the fact that they acknowledge it along with hunter revival, burning down hunters and all that stuff, the fact that they are going to change that in some way has me very interested, actually.
In favor of more definitive fights.
Does that go in the engine thing, though? It's not necessarily an engine thing. They could change the way burning works now. It doesn't necessarily have to do with the engine.
We will bring a list of the new technologies and features that will roll out with the engine upgrade this August, and updates on the back-end, server, and matchmaking adjustments rolling out in the background independent of the engine upgrade. Beyond those topics, there will also be a series of run-up previews and teasers around the next event, the new map and biome.
It does confirm next event launches the 15th of August, which is when the engine drops.
And a mountain of other content and features in the weeks before the August launch. We're excited to have you on this journey with us and eager to take this massive new step with you all.
So, new engine info. I'm also going to put in another little section, possible good things, UI, which we already knew about. Changes to burning / reviving / stalemates. All possible good things. Here's the thing though. I've been playing Hunt as my main game for half a decade, more than half a decade. So I've seen them do announcements and stuff before, right? I've seen them do announcements. Let me try to find this tweet of mine really quick. I've seen them make some big claims and where I got my hopes up. And here's an example. I tweeted this in 2022. There was a dev stream where they talked about all this stuff that was coming up at the time. And they said there was going to be a cane nerf, which they did. A ping cap / region lock. That turned out to be a 225 millisecond ping cap. That's what that solution was. Better performance. I don't remember there being a significantly better performance increase. Crouch bug fixed. Yeah, that was another thing is I made another series of videos about a crouch bug. You can go back and watch that if you want, but it's been patched, so that was a good thing. Adjustment to the trade window. I vaguely remember them doing something about it, but obviously it's still horrendous. Still absolutely horrendous. This is all stuff that they said was coming in a previous dev stream long ago, and I got my hopes up for it, and it kind of turned out to be not what I was expecting. So even though this current video that they just put out says some good things like UI changes, burning, reviving, I don't want to get my hopes up too much. There's two things. I really do hope it's good and great and it fixes everything and it's wonderful and fantastic, but also I've been playing this game for so long and I know Crytek and I don't want to get my hopes up, but we'll see. We'll see. That's all I can really say. Hopefully it's all fantastic and amazing, but it's Crytek, so we gotta wait and see. If you guys enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe if you're not already. Also, the last several videos have been sort of not gameplay videos, which is something that I've really enjoyed. If you want to see more videos like this, let me know. I read all YouTube comments, all of them. So if you want to see more videos like this, you know, they said they're going to have little videos or updates or whatever every week. I could do something on those. If you want to see more like this, let me know. Thank you for watching. Have a good one.
Were you caught off guard by the launch of that
We
game?
knew we were going to have a lot of bumps. That's a difficult development. A lot of new systems and things like that. Hey, we're going to go try this new thing. And anytime you're going to do something new like that, you know you're going to have your bumps. You know that a lot of people might say, that's not the game we want from you. A lot of those difficulties ended up on the screen, and we knew, hey, look, this is not the type of game that people are used to from us, and we're going to get some criticism on it. And a lot of that very well-deserved criticism. We knew that going into this. We knew it's not that, right?
Yeah.
You would say, look, this isn't a game, even from the beginning, this is not going to be like, you know, high Metacritic gaming. That's not what this is, given what it is. But we felt strongly this is a game we want to play. This is something we really want to do. And all of the games like this, whether it's us or somebody else, you can go back and look at them. There's a period once you launch. It's not how you launch, it's what it becomes. And
we always start with the world, and this time it features all new rendering, lighting, and landscape technology. It allows us to have 16 times the detail.
It has been 5+ years since Fallout 76 was the most controversial thing on the planet in gaming. It was something that everybody was talking about. It was review bombed on Steam. The reviews from critics was horrible, and it was genuinely awful. It was something that was barely functional, and Bethesda, even in some of their notes and some of the stuff that they gave out pre-release, indicated that, yeah, this is an unfinished product, and we plan to improve it over time. And they did. Fallout 76 did have a little bit of a comeback with the Wastelanders update.
Reci dobro jutro, nisam glup.
Big mistakes that they made with the experience. And ultimately, I think a lot of people don't remember that E3 presentation for Fallout 76, in which there was already so many concerns based on reports that Fallout 76 was going to be an online multiplayer experience, and so many people were disappointed by what it was. Because fundamentally, the idea of Fallout multiplayer is fine. It's something that a lot of people just absolutely love the idea of. But I think everybody wanted Fallout 4, but with co-op. That's what they wanted from Fallout 76. That's why when Todd Howard took the stage at E3, I think it was 2017, 2018, and he talked about Fallout 76, you know, 16 times the details, it just fell flat for a lot of people. But there was also Todd Howard trying to do damage control and what Fallout 76 was going to be. You know, it was still narrative, it was still something you could play by yourself. But the issue is that Fallout 76's story sucked because of the way it was told. They had holotapes, they had terminals, and they had notes, and that was the Fallout 76 story at the beginning, in which you pretty much were following the Overseer's trail, and you're trying to figure out what the heck happened to Appalachia. And if you actually did pay attention to all of that stuff, it was actually kind of interesting. It was just told in the worst way possible. Eventually, though, you would reach the endgame portion of 76, which involves you launching a nuke, taking on the Scorched Beast Queen, and then getting all kinds of legendary items, and then doing that grind over and over again. But the original vision of what Todd Howard and Bethesda described 76 as was an experience that you could play with friends. There was a new story. There were factions that you could join. There was camp building. It was a giant open world, their biggest to date, bunch of diverse environments, tons of lore to discover, quests to take on, loot to earn, different weapons and things that you could make, various enemies to kill, including massive boss fights. Easy to forget now, but there even was some PvP. Fallout 76 was described as a grand experience, and on day one it just wasn't that. That's why the reception was overwhelmingly negative. And yes, there were a community of players that stuck with it and thought that 76 was still pretty amazing. And ultimately, though, Bethesda knew that their original vision had to be tweaked. It had to be much more. And based on the insider accounts at the time, it's quite clear that Bethesda didn't really care to put in the effort at the time for 76, as they just really wanted to get this out there, as this was their way of having recurrent consumer spending for the Fallout franchise, just as ESO has represented that for the Elder Scrolls franchise for the last number of years. Although both of those games fundamentally go about their way of monetizing and going about doing things very, very different. But pretty much Fallout 76 turned into Fallout 4, kinda. Wastelanders was our first taste of that. We got human NPCs, we got a new storyline, settlers versus raiders. It pretty much is generic good versus bad, which is, it is fine. It is, you know, there's decisions to make, there's some weapons that you earn, unique stuff, there's a bunch of other stuff that you have to grind for, it takes a while, but Wastelanders was the upside. That was where I really felt optimistic about Fallout's future, Fallout 76's future, as long as they continued down that road, but ultimately that's not what happened. Fallout 76 regressed into what it has been for the longest time. It is a looter shooter with a Fallout theme. It's something that is fun to have friends with, but it's not much more than that. That's why with the success of the Fallout TV show, we're having a lot more discussions recently about which Fallout game is best to start off with. And many individuals are going with a chronological timeline in which, yeah, Fallout 76 technically is where you would start. But the problem is that Fallout 76 is hardly a Fallout game. And this isn't me just speaking as a purist. Fallout is known for its story. It is known for its characters, the exact things that many love and fell in love with the TV show, with Lucy, the Ghoul, Maximus, and the other characters that make up that TV show. But 76 just doesn't have any of that. It does have story content, it does have decisions that you can make, but these decisions, these stories are nowhere near the quality of that we have seen in previous Fallout games, whether that be Fallout 1 or 2, or Fallout New Vegas, which is considered one of the best role-playing games of all time, or even Fallout 3 and 4, in which there's tons of amazing lore and side quests to take on, even though I am very critical of the main narratives of those games. But I would still take those games over 76 any day of the week because of the fact that 76 still is not good. It sucks. And I do think people need to understand that I am somebody who has played this game extensively over the years. I'm over 130 something levels. I understand that's technically low on the totem pole compared to some of the hours that individuals put into this game, but I've played almost all of the content within Fallout 76. And after the Wastelanders update, the amount of narrative content that we got the last couple of years it's not much. There was the Steel Dawn expansion, which introduced the Brotherhood of Steel into Appalachia. That ended up being, again, more generic good versus bad guy nonsense, and it just was poorly written with laughable characters. I think that's really my overall consensus on a lot of the characters that are introduced and the companions that you can take on. There's just laughable narratives that just pale in comparison to Fallout 4. A game that at one point I called the biggest mistake for Bethesda. That should tell you all you need to know about how I personally feel about Fallout 76's quality and in terms of narrative. And Jesus Christ, Bethesda's obsession with inputting the Brotherhood and every aspect of Fallout is tiresome, along with the sheer amount of nostalgia bait that this live service has decided to include the last few years, which might not be too much of an issue if it was actually done well, but each instance it just feels half-assed and lazy. Like, I'm certain we could have gone without another super memes FEV storyline. It's just wild to me that you actually have some interesting local factions with compelling backstories, and they've done very little, or really next to nothing, with most of them since launch. I would assume a Mole Miners DLC wouldn't spark the same interest as the big flashy hunks of metal that have been at the center of every Bethesda Fallout experience to date. So thus, that would probably be the reason why. And also the marketing, that's a big one. Bethesda loves to have that power armor front and center, even if they have to go out of their way to make it happen and make it make sense. But after Steel Rain, which was the finale to the Brotherhood expansion, Bethesda really slowed down on narrative content for a while, and they started to really invest into gameplay experiences within the world of Appalachia, which was daily ops and all kinds of different activities in which you were shooting at bullet sponges. I mean, that's what happens a lot with this game. But say what you will, that is the bread and butter of 76, and a lot of people fell in love with it. There's a reason why, if you check on the top played Xbox games, Fallout 76 has continuously ranked in the top 50 for the last I don't know how many years, and it also helps the fact that this game is part of Xbox Game Pass and is part of one of the biggest gaming franchises ever. Now, for the last couple of years, we have seen some major changes happening with Fallout 76's development. Specifically, we have seen a number of lead developers that were working on 76 depart from Bethesda Game Studios, and then we did see the announcement of external development studios being brought in to make and create new content for 76, so it can be assumed that Bethesda Austin is not as involved as they once were. Of course, they're probably overseeing, making sure everything's lore accurate, and still assisting in some regard to making new content for 76, but they are no longer the main development studio behind this. They have turned their priorities likely to Bethesda's mainline projects such as Starfield and soon probably the Elder Scrolls 6. That seems to be a team effort between all of the Bethesda Game Studios. After Steel Dawn and Rain, which was an 8-hour expansion split into two parts that took over a year developing and marketing, we again saw Fallout 76 pivot and the content prioritized. The development teams on 76 moved away from the narrative content, which led to the live service being devoid of new content for an extended period of time. Of course, there was new in-game events and a few new gameplay additions here and there, but the game was pretty dry for a while. I assume that could partially be blamed on the uncertainty surrounding the Xbox-Bethesda merger at the time, but it also could just be the case of creating voiced animated NPCs is expensive in terms of resources required. And the top brass at Bethesda indicated that content like Steel Dawn and Wastelanders wasn't going to be a regular occurrence. The health of 76's player base also needs to be considered, because while this live service has survived 5+ years and has had a dedicated player base, its monetization has largely come from its Atomic Shop. The game has only cost a few dollars for a couple of years now, and again is free to play on Game Pass. And with none of its content costing money, it has led to Bethesda really pushing the Atomic Shop, which mostly includes overpriced cosmetic items and different types of bundles of items that you can utilize for your campsite. But Bethesda has also included some controversial items, which has led to pay-for-convenience accusations over the years. The Fallout 1 subscription service also was deeply unpopular when it was announced, as it locked behind it gameplay features that many players had believed would be free, such as private worlds and a number of unique cosmetics. That assumption didn't come out of nowhere, as Bethesda's top brass had said all new content after launch would be free, until it wasn't. Bethesda executive Pete Hines in 2020 spoke about the game's rough start and then pivoted to discussing Fallout first and the accusations that they were liars for monetizing what was originally supposed to be free content.
You know, you don't get Horizon Zero Dawn if that team sticks to what they were known for and had always made. They pivoted and tried something that I think is substantially different than what they had made before, and it's one of my favorite games of the last 5 years. So I mean, you're hoping that when you try something risky and different that you end up with Horizon Zero Dawn and not with a lot of bumps and issues, but that doesn't mean you're doing it for the wrong reason.
You're right. This game that launched a state you weren't happy with, certain players weren't happy with, everybody knew there could be...
I mean, we can go further than just certain players.
People weren't happy with it.
I'm pretty self-aware. Yeah.
I know you are.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't call you on here.
Yeah, it was more than certain.
All right, everybody hated and thought it sucked.
There was
Is
enough
that
of
what
those. Yeah, that's the one that gets to me the most.
Yeah.
Is that you lied to us. Like, it just bothers me because that's not, I guess, the main thing that I sort of beat the drum on in terms of how we're going to do things. But at the end of the day, it's also semantics. Like, if I said, hey, Greg, I'm taking the Kind of Funny crew to Chuck E. Cheese on Saturday, it's going to be awesome, and you're all excited about going to Chuck E. Cheese, and then Friday I come down with the flu, like, sorry, bud, we're not going. You know, I have boys, they're significantly older now, but when they were little kids, they'd be like, you lied, you said we were going to Chuck E. Cheese. Like, no, bud, I didn't lie. Like, I planned on taking you. Stuff
Situation has changed.
Right? At the end of the day, he's still mad, whether I lied or he's just not going. He's mad. If I tell you, hey, here's what I know that the plan is, what we're doing, and then down the road those plans change, I just got so much of the, like, you're a liar, and it just bothers me a lot because I know that's not how I approach things. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like, even if I convince you that I didn't lie, you're still going to be angry that we changed our minds. So what does it matter?
I think what happened here was a case of Bethesda realizing they had put themselves in a corner as they didn't have enough recurrent consumer spending to keep the live service afloat, thus the invention of the $100 a year Fallout First subscription service. Bethesda also for the longest time had spoken about eventually adding full-on mod support to 76, and it never happened. Why? I assume because it would have destroyed the monetization of this live service, so they just stopped talking about it and never did it. In addition to the Atomic Shop in Fallout First, there is Seasons, essentially 76's Battle Pass. By doing challenges, you earn tickets that can be used on items in the Season Pass. This too can be skipped by purchasing atoms with real-world money, or you can endure the lengthy grind. Still though, various gameplay items are locked away and only available if you are subscribed to Fallout First. That is the business model of 76, which is as crappy as most MMORPGs these days, but maybe not the worst. Based on the amount of players I've personally seen with Fallout First survival tents, I would say the business model has been effective. Now, Appalachia more recently has seen some new in-game locations, such as Nuka World on Tour and other quality of life changes, but the big thing that has been heavily marketed to bring in new players is Expeditions. Expeditions essentially takes you to iconic locations outside of Appalachia, which on paper should be kind of exciting. The first one that was teased was the Pit, a location we previously went to in Fallout 3's DLC of the same name. Unfortunately, though, these expeditions are kind of pathetic. The way they work is you go there, shoot some things, and come back. That's it. There is no side quests, exploration, or cool mysteries to discover. It's a new enemy you fight against in a recognizable location that you can't really interact with in a meaningful way. After the Pit, 76 introduced Atlantic City, which essentially is the same thing, although in the past you had to refuel the vertibird by doing daily quests just to do one of these expeditions. There's just been a lot of grind in 76 over the years. That was removed, fortunately, with the Atlantic City expeditions when they were introduced, but the gameplay of Atlantic City's expeditions has been basically the same thing as the Pit. You go to a specific part of Atlantic City, maybe have a quick conversation, shoot at a few enemies, and go back. It's pretty much raids. Although 76 did eventually add some actual new narrative content with these environments. They reused parts of Atlantic City's expeditions, connecting them by sewer tunnels. Yeah, it's a bit odd, whatever. To tell a 2-hour story about a mob boss's daughter that gets addicted to a rare chem that can only be cured by doing a series of fetch quests. There is interactions with the Atlantic City mob and some mini games there, but it's just not enjoyable. It's boring content that often feels soulless. A part of this America's Playground update, there is a new, very small open area within Atlantic City's boardwalk that you can explore, but there's very little interactivity to be found. Being a bit more specific, I would actually not even describe this as a place you can explore, more so you can free roam this new area, but there is nothing really to gain or do besides the quests within this area that are initiated outside of this space. I don't think there's vendors or anyone that you can actually have a conversation with. Not sure why they even bothered, really. In the future, Bethesda has teased that for the first time they will be expanding the base map of 76. On their website, they teased at the end of last year, war never changes, but that sure doesn't stop Appalachia from mutating. Later in 2024, we're expanding our map southward, deep into the wooded heartland of Shenandoah. This uncharted, once tranquil expanse in the heart of Virginia will bring a new questline, factions, and rewards, and if the past 5 years is anything to go off of, I just don't believe it'll be worth the wait. So hopefully you have an understanding of why I just don't like Fallout 76 still, and that's because it just isn't really a true Fallout game. Some would argue it never was trying to be that, but I would argue it certainly was when it introduced human NPCs and various storylines that fleshed out Appalachia. Quality matters, and it's very inconsistent here. Being that you can play this with friends, that does make a difference, as any game can be enjoyable with some buds, especially with the Fallout backdrop. But especially with 76, playing this solo can be rough in those early hours, especially when confronted with extremely difficult bullet sponge enemies. Getting the best weapons and gear is a grind, something that comes with completing all of the main content the game offers and then doing in-game events, daily ops, and other side activities. It can be a chore, but there is certainly fun to be found.
Mercy.
There's lore, factions to join,
Welcome
there's
to
tons
my
of
channel.
quests and in-game events, a variety of iconic enemies and boss encounters, all kinds of unique weapons and outfits that you can earn, different builds to play around with. It has a gameplay loop that can grab you. One of the best in-game communities that I've ever seen. You can customize your own campsite just like in Fallout 4, visit and admire other players' creations along with buying items from them, explore and discover locations, with the open world having 6 and soon 7 distinct regions. There's crafting. That's the side of Fallout 76 that works. It also is a lot more stable in the Series X with a 60 FPS mode available, but there of course are still bugs. I mean, this is Bethesda we're talking about, and we still are dealing with the creation engine, which that jankiness is always going to be there. But then there's the other side, in which 76's quest design is often hand-holding and having you go there, shoot some things, and that's about it. There's extensive amounts of grind, really, with all of Fallout 76's content to date. Gunplay is hit or miss, really depending on what weapon you're utilizing, because that Bethesda jank is still there with combat. PvP is pretty much dead within this game, it always kind of has, and it only really worked well with the underrated Nuclear Winter Battle Royale mode, which, well, it was deleted a while ago. Reaching the point in which you can hold down your own against high-level enemies is a lengthy grind, especially if you play alone. I would actually say various boss fights can be painful and unforgiving for those under level 100 and those that haven't perfected a build with the right weapons, armor, serums, special cards, and other items. The story content quality is just not good, the writing isn't smart or interesting at all, the dialogue options available often don't really have any significance, the characters are completely forgettable and often one-dimensional. It's like an even worse version of Fallout 4, or actually I'd say much worse than Fallout 4, but one that you can do alongside some friends, which might be enough for diehard fans of the franchise. But for myself, I'm just bothered by the fact that the longer this live service continues, the higher likelihood that the next new Fallout experience will be Fallout 5, which is probably around 8 or so years away. So for the well-actually crowd that inevitably will blow up the comment section, I do agree that whether you will like 76 or not depends on what you expect from this game. If you care about story and choices, this probably isn't the game to play. If you want to get invested in a grindy looter-shooter that has you in a massive post-apocalyptic West Virginia fighting against super mutants, robots, and other beings, this might be for you. Although, I do think there are a number of other live service multiplayer games that feature far better gameplay, but they aren't set in the Fallout universe and building off of the gameplay of Fallout 4. All about what you prioritize, and for myself, I've just come to the realization that this will never be for me. Fallout 76 is far better than what it was day one, but I don't think it is enough. Anyway, there are many differing perspectives on Fallout 76's quality. This is just mine, and I would love to hear what you think about Fallout 76 down in the comment section below. But thank you for watching. Make sure to leave a like if you did enjoy this video or if you found any informative value, and consider subscribing for more videos like this, and I'll see you later.
Trava i koža. Okay, that was fun. Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe I could run this instead. BRB.
Rockin'. Welcome to my channel. Ava. Welcome to my channel.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Ridge Mountain, Shenandoah River. Life is old and older than the tree. Sunshine in my eyes, country roads, take me home to a place I belong.
Lonely DJ Earl. Welcome to my channel.
West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. I belong, West Virginia. Oh, take me home.
Overwatch is IGN's Game of the Year 2016 because it simply is amazing execution on an amazing idea.
EMP activated. Let's now talk Fortnite, shall we? It's the newest video game craze spreading across fast among kids, college kids, even celebrities, and while it's fun.
The popularity of multiplayer experiences such as Overwatch and Fortnite awoke in the gaming industry a sudden interest in live service endeavors capable of generating recurring revenue streams. Even publishers and developers that seldom dabbled in online titles wanted a share of the spoils. However, as with several other trends in the multi-billion-dollar business,
I opened the
pursuing
box
these ends
and you
often proves a
came.
gamble. This, ZeniMax Media and its subsidiaries learned the hard way upon releasing Redfall. Developed by Arcane's Austin, Texas branch, the team behind Dishonored and Prey, Redfall promised an open-world co-op adventure with capitalistic vampires as the antagonists. The game tasked players with beating back the supernatural threat by using specialized weapons, stakes, and abilities. But at launch, greedy bloodsuckers hardly seemed the primary cause for concern. Day one adopters on PC and Xbox consoles found the experience beset by copious technical errors affecting performance, enemy AI, texture pop-ins, character animations, and multiplayer connectivity. Worst still, while it could host up to 4 players, the cooperative shooter lacked matchmaking functionality. The storied Arcane Austin lost years of established goodwill in a matter of days. and Redfall's player base rapidly dwindled alongside it. Fans and non-fans of the Dishonored creator wasted no time blaming Redfall's failures on the fact that an outfit best known for story-centric immersive sims had tried its hand at conquering unfamiliar territory. Meanwhile, executives at parent company Xbox Game Studios stood before the slings and arrows, ready to accept the lion's share of fault for the disappointing launch. The truth is, nothing is ever as simple as it seems when it comes to game development. This is the tragedy of Redfall. This video was made possible by you. On the 6th of April, we reached out with a difficult message. Our channel was in dire straits, and after fighting all the hardships this platform faced us with, it seemed like there was no future left for us. But you stepped in, extending a helping hand that allowed us to stand tall again. And this documentary that was made entirely possible by the support we received from you through Patreon, Ko-fi, PayPal, and YouTube is living proof of that. We now truly realize what our content means to you, and we can't wait to create even more of it. So if you are seeing this message for the first time and want to help us, a small team of 4 dedicated creatives turn this passion into a full-time endeavor. Your support is absolutely essential. Please check out our Patreon page where supporting us will grant you access to a wide library of exclusive content and rewards. With your backing, we can not only survive, but break new ground and create amazing content we've never made before. Thank you, and we hope you'll enjoy this video.
Good morning, Morgan.
That's what's up.
You're not going to like what I have to say next.
Despite reviewing fairly well and becoming a cult hit for lovers of immersive sims, Arcane Austin's 2017 Prey adventure didn't move the needle commercially. Its poor sales reportedly forced higher-ups within the company to push for the development of a project that appealed to a much wider audience. In some respects, such thinking could not have come at a better time. ZeniMax Media, the holding company that owned Arcane publisher Bethesda Softworks, was looking for suitors for a potential buyout in 2018. As these efforts churned in the background, ZeniMax allegedly advised its studios to produce games-as-a-service titles, recurring revenue-based experiences that would keep players invested for years on end. Developers speaking under the condition of anonymity told Bloomberg that, with this instruction, also came urges to implement monetization options in the form of microtransactions. No one from ZeniMax mandated that teams follow this particular track, but the suggestion presumably had some influence on Arcane Austin's next pitch. Proposed as a multiplayer Arcane game, Redfall aimed to meld the studio's trademark storytelling and immersive gameplay with the systems players enjoyed in online shooters. Industry veterans and studio leads Ricardo Baer and Harvey Smith jumped on board as co-directors, their excitement for the project setting a good cadence early on. The vampirism motif bore all the hallmarks of a superficial disease metaphor. But in discussing the politics of Redfall with Eurogamer, Smith divulged that the in-universe fiction actually manifested as a reflection of reality when production began in 2018. Immense political change rocked nations like the United States and the UK. In addition, the director recalled the Austin studio losing access to electricity and water on 2 separate occasions during development. A symptom of Texas's vulnerable power infrastructure, which Smith argued put less fortunate people at risk, while the rich lived well. Notorious scandals revolving around the Elizabeth Holmes case, the Pharma Bro conviction, and the fall of the Sackler family's pharmaceutical dynasty were also at the forefront of Smith's thoughts while Arcane laid the foundations for Redfall. As a game creator, dissecting such a horror show through the interactive medium seemed the ideal way to ruminate and comment on current events. Smith figured this course of action had worked well in the past for Deus Ex and Dishonored. Thus, a video game about shooting vampires positioned the 1% as the real monsters whose unchecked experiments at a pharmaceutical corporation resulted in the fictional New England town of Redfall becoming overrun with a wealthy cabal of bloodsuckers. This train of thought extended to the cast of playable heroes too, all 4 of whom had good reason to fight back against the ruling class. The telekinetic character Layla was a medical student drowning in debt who volunteered for a failed clinical trial at the pharmaceutical company Avum Therapeutics. Sharpshooter Jacob played the role of an ex-soldier with ties to private military contractor and enemy faction Bellwether. An inventor named Devinder entered the fray as someone eager to share proof of the supernatural with the world. And as a former member of the Navy's search and rescue unit, combat engineer Remy made it her mission to help the survivors in Redfall. Arcane Austin focused its efforts on converting these ideas into its first open-world adventure, yet never wanted to lose sight of its core DNA. The approach of tools, not weapons, and prioritizing different paths of gameplay and exploration occupied center stage as a result. In other words, the goal was to stretch the design philosophy of immersive sims, something the crew had experimented with in the past. Dishonored played with the formula by emphasizing deep stealth, and 2017's Prey prioritized physics-based mechanics. Smith noted in a WCCF Tech interview that Redfall questioned how that same formula could apply to a sandbox world chock full of multiplayer elements. However, those in the know claimed Bears and Smith's direction floundered as time dragged on. Some stages of development saw the Redfall leads use Ubisoft's Far Cry games as a point of reference. In other instances, the Borderlands series influenced design decisions. The constant back and forth left the disparate disciplines within the studio confused about the game's vision and how best to achieve it. In turn, a strained relationship materialized between the single-player and multiplayer design that the co-directors never quite resolved. According to Bloomberg's dozen or so sources, the small staff size at Arcane Austin constituted one of the main issues that troubled Redfall's development. The headcount of sub-100 people was enough for a contained and relatively easy-to-manage project like Prey. But a live service experience competing for player engagement with titles such as Fortnite and Destiny required a much larger team, and staffing up proved difficult. Comparatively inferior salary offerings from ZeniMax, coupled with Arcane's switch from attracting immersive sim talent to multiplayer developers, contributed to the hiring woes. And while outsourcing support from Bethesda subsidiary Roundhouse Studios and third-party outfits helped in some part, Arcane employees claimed the extra assistance alleviated only so much of the strain. Interestingly, a number of developers saw a light appear at the end of the tunnel when Microsoft acquired ZeniMax for $7.5 billion in September 2020. Many hoped the tech corporation would either order Redfall's cancellation or allow the crew to reboot it as a single-player only adventure. Aside from scrapping the game's PlayStation 5 version, Microsoft kept its distance to ensure ZeniMax and company could continue operating autonomously. For Redfall, this later proved a mistake, particularly when it came to the final stages of production. The developers at Arcane Austin reportedly contended with too sizable a workload as the clock wound down, hence the delay from fall 2022 to May 2023. To mitigate concerns about whether or not the project would come together, Harvey Smith and other internal leads assured the crew Redfall just needed bug fixes and the last round of art assets. Allegedly, these talks even included an insistence that arcane magic would carry them over the finish line as it had for previous titles, echoing the jargon that BioWare executives used during Anthem's beleaguered creation.
The most dedicated developers and the most passionate community. Together, we all make Xbox the best place to play. Before I go, there's one more thing. Take a look at this brand new original game from the Arcane team at Bethesda, the studio that created Prey and Dishonored. Arcane created something new for them, an open world immersive shooter that you can play alone or with your friends. And like Starfield, this game will be an Xbox exclusive.
That's your cue, mate.
Redfall officially entered the public consciousness during the Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase in June 2021. Though longtime Arcane fans were shocked upon hearing the company planned on releasing a cooperative open-world game, The stylish reveal trailer and teases of engaging gameplay mechanics reminiscent of the developer's past titles kept some of the trepidation at bay. Assurances that single player would feel just as viable as playing online went a long way as well. But the anticipation surrounding Redfall ran much deeper for a contingent of the audience. For one, it marked Bethesda Softworks' first AAA release on Xbox platforms as an Xbox-owned entity. Secondly, Microsoft's gaming vertical had been experiencing somewhat of a drought in terms of big first-party game rollouts. The decision to delay Redfall and Starfield out of 2022 amplified fan frustrations, which head of Xbox Phil Spencer acknowledged while speaking on the Same Brain podcast. Still, he maintained both projects were tracking well and would ensure Xbox enjoyed an exciting 2023. Redfall didn't exactly start the year off on the right foot, though. As a first-party title, the vampire-laden adventure sat at the forefront of news that Xbox planned to follow the lead of other publishers and raise its game prices from $60 to $70 in the new year. In a statement shared with IGN, a Microsoft representative argued the increased price reflected the content, scale, technology, and complexity of experiences in Forza Motorsport, Redfall, and Starfield. Would-be players questioned this rationale not too long thereafter when an FAQ page revealed that Redfall's always-online connection even applied to the single-player offering. Following widespread backlash, co-director Harvey Smith confirmed Arcane developers were actively working on a solution to rid the single-player mode of the internet requirement. However, the feat couldn't be accomplished overnight, since removing the requirement necessitated the design of a properly encrypted save system and an overhauled UI. Smith claimed the team didn't push the always-online demand for insidious reasons. On the contrary, the Austin studio wanted to keep a close eye on player telemetry, specifically for accessibility purposes. If users were repeatedly falling off ladders, the crew had immediate access to that information, meaning tweaks for the ladder code could go live sooner rather than later. By that same token, if a certain character or tool appeared to be underutilized in-game, Arcane had the data needed to devise a solution. The Redfall lead further addressed concerns about microtransactions, telling Eurogamer that while higher-ups had pressed the idea of implementing an in-game store at one point, he managed to stave off the notion after a bit of back and forth. Yet, the developer sources who spoke with Bloomberg disputed this claim by alleging the co-op shooter did indeed have microtransaction plans throughout the first 3 years of production. Bethesda and Arcane only shelved the monetization practice in 2021 after games-as-a-service initiatives started drawing the public's ire. Either way, the commitment to removing internet connection requirements didn't keep Arcane out of hot water for very long. Hopeful players learned just weeks before Redfall's May 2023 debut that the Xbox version would launch at a performance cap of 30 frames per second, with a 60 FPS mode scheduled to arrive at an unspecified date in the future. Much like the always-online news, word of the sidelined 60 FPS mode for consoles was not well received. Some people on social media even called for Microsoft to delay the game once more. Come launch day, the frame rate cap seemed the least of anyone's concerns. Redfall was met with dismal review scores upon hitting PC and Xbox Series consoles on May 2nd, 2023. Critics called the vampire adventure bafflingly bad. A mangled mess of dull mission design, bland looter-shooter elements, and mindless AI foes all set against a pallid open-world backdrop. To add insult to injury, an abundance of technical bugs ravaged the title, causing everything from broken character animations and input lag to frame rate drops and distracting texture pop-ins. And those who purchased the PC port arguably played Redfall in its most unpolished state. Eurogamer argued the game's poor performance and technical issues on PC made it one to avoid. Xbox boss Phil Spencer addressed the hard-hitting response on the Kinda Funny XCast mere days after reviews circulated. Spencer spoke candidly during the sit-down and took full responsibility for the shooter's disastrous launch. However, he bucked against the belief that another delay would have made for a drastically better day-one experience. While small steps to improve Redfall's quality and execution may have helped in some respects, the Xbox executive said tackling critiques leveled against the missions, open-world design, and certain gameplay elements would not have been possible with an extra 3 months or so of production. Spencer's remarks especially shocked gaming pundits and enthusiasts when he called the critical response unexpected. Xbox Game Studios head Matt Booty elaborated further in a June 2023 interview with IGN, informing the publication that pre-launch mock reviews indicated Redfall would perform better than it did. But neither of the Xbox bosses were willing to place the blame on anything other than their own leadership mistakes. In separate interviews, the pair reasoned that the crux of Redfall's shortcomings lay with the fact that Xbox neglected to properly engage with Arcane Austin after the ZeniMax acquisition. By the time the ink dried on the buyout, the Austin studio had already reached the midway point in development. Still, Booty said a greater emphasis should have been placed on welcoming the team into the first-party family and setting expectations accordingly. Spencer specified that Arcane missed out on internal Microsoft resources, namely access to the expertise of other Xbox studios familiar with the Unreal Engine 4 tech powering Redfall. After all, the crew's most recent projects, Dishonored 2 and Prey, ran on the id Tech 5-based Void engine and Crytek's CryEngine respectively. A bit more assistance may have gone a long way. The Xbox executives insisted the same mistakes wouldn't plague other required teams in the future, and committed to ensuring Redfall received the improvements necessary to achieve a higher standard of quality. Bethesda's now former marketing boss Pete Hines echoed this sentiment, firmly believing the vampire game had the potential to rise above its botched launch, like Elder Scrolls Online and Fallout 76 before. Arcane deployed Redfall's first major update a little over a month after release, unleashing an array of bug fixes, alongside refinements to stability, combat, AI, and multiplayer. To the chagrin of Xbox users, though, the 1.1 update lacked the much-coveted frame rate boost. While it didn't land until October 2023, the second patch finally enabled the 60 FPS mode on consoles, as well as introduced several stability and performance adjustments for the PC port. The Update 2 changes arrived amid Redfall's plummeting player count. At the time the patch went live, Steam DB tracking showed a meager 6 users were playing the game concurrently on Steam. Those figures enjoyed just marginal improvements following the patch's rollout. And Update 3's November release, with its addition of a UV-powered sniper rifle, contributed only incremental gains to the Redfall community's constantly dwindling interest. The ongoing absence of its promised offline mode didn't heighten the game's chances of bringing in newcomers either. However, the vampire slaying experience still had plenty to offer, mostly because of a hero pass that was set to feature 2 new playable heroes boasting unique powers and gameplay. Release notes for Update 3 informed fans that such content wouldn't become available until later in 2024, leaving many to wonder whether Redfall would reach its true potential through a redemptive arc a la No Man's Sky or Fallout 76.
I need more time.
According to Windows Central's Jez Corden, who overheard a conversation between Bethesda team members in the summer of 2023, the publisher wanted a redemption arc for Redfall. Yet, Corden later clarified in a discussion with Forbes' Paul Tassi that this line of thought seemed more aspirational and less of a surefire initiative.
I need more time.
Whatever those aspirations may have entailed, were permanently shelved in May 2024 when Microsoft shuttered 4 Bethesda studios: Arcane Austin, Tango Gameworks, Alpha Dog Games, and Roundhouse Studios. Matt Booty's email to staff cited a reprioritization of titles and resources as the reason for the shutdowns. Development on Redfall consequently ceased, resulting in the cancellation of the previously marketed DLC offerings. Microsoft assured players who purchased the Hero Pass through the Bite Back Edition or Bite Back upgrade that they would receive Make Good offers, equaling the value of the upgrade. The company additionally pledged to keep the vampire shooter and its servers online, though for how long remains to be seen. Reporting from IGN suggested the Arcane Austin shutdown caught developers off guard, having been so far along on producing the offline mode and DLC that both had firm launch windows. Allegedly, the offline options release would have coincided with the arrival of a May 2024 update. Sources also told IGN the Hero Pass content was penciled in for a Halloween debut the same year. Although much of what the studio still had in store for Redfall will sadly never see the light of day. Microsoft did eventually end up approving the release of Game Update 4, featuring revamped neighborhood and nest systems, the ability to pause in single player, and, more significantly, the much coveted offline mode, the importance of which cannot be overstated in an industry that far too often fails to preserve games, especially those with online requirements, once their servers have been
I'm not
shut
ready
down.
yet.
One thing does seem certain, Redfall was born from a mad dash to reach mass audiences, and instead wound up alienating the very people who may have given it an honest chance. But the staggering year-on-year revenue increase Microsoft posted in an earnings report just days before the closures indicate the fictional capitalistic
I'm not
vampires
ready yet.
weren't the biggest threat to Arcane Austin's future.
I'm not ready yet.
See the sun again.
I need more time.
Thank you for watching our video. We'd like to take this time to thank, by name, the generous Patreons who have pledged to our Hall of Fame reward tier. Disco Cobra 2013. Ice Cold Water $1. Karu. Sauerkraut.
I'm not ready yet.
Shuan Chinwin. And those currently subscribed to our producer reward tier. Adam Miller. Brock Piviroto. Darirap Sikutson. DCX NG. DJ Redden. Eric
I'm not
Bedia.
ready yet.
Fallen Asterisk. It's Peanut Butter. Jake. Jan Christofferson. Matthew McLaughlin. Roberto Nieves.
I need more time.
Sir Alex. C. Rob Kaysen. Taylor Martin. Your B. If you enjoy our content, please consider subscribing to our channel and backing us on Patreon.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I lack the required essence. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
I want to tell you a story. About 9 to 10 years ago, one of the greatest things to ever happen in American television history went down. It was the final episode of a very popular sitcom, and they even doubled the show's usual runtime, so you had an entire hour to say one last goodbye to these characters. Pretty much the whole time this show was on the air, it was one of the most popular things in America, if not the world. On average, it was pulling in 15 million viewers per week, and it ran for 12 years and 262 episodes. The reviews for the ending were interesting. Entertainment Weekly called it one of the most fascinating finales to air. Variety called it seriously misguided, and Time magazine said it was self-indulgent but a nice gesture in its own black-hearted way. IGN put it more simply, I don't think I could come up with a worse ending. This whole story played out less than a decade ago, and yet sometimes I feel like I'm the only person who even remembers it happened. At one point in time, it felt like it was impossible to avoid hearing about this story, and today, nobody talks about it. But before we're ready to talk about it, there's so much context, there's so much we need to explain, and I need to work up the confidence to do it. I'm talking about the ending too, of course. 2.5 Men. There's two key players we need to talk about in this story, the first of which is Charlie Sheen. Sheen was born into a really successful acting family. His dad's Martin Sheen, aka the guy from Apocalypse Now, the president in The West Wing, and the real Seymour Skinner from that episode where people say The Simpsons got back. So Charlie had no choice but to follow in his father's footsteps and went into acting. He did a few small roles before finally landing one of the main characters in the 1986 film Platoon. It's a pretty good Vietnam War film. It's directed by the guy who made JFK, so there's this huge anti-government vibe running through it. It made $138 million on a budget of just 6. Sheen becomes famous overnight, and the roles just keep coming in. Wall Street, Young Guns. He even does a buddy cop movie alongside Clint Eastwood called The Rookie. I haven't seen it. A couple of years later, Sheen's getting a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. But after the success of Platoon, Charlie Sheen's serious roles never really made that much money. So he completely switches his style up, and he does the only thing any serious actor can do when they want to keep getting work. He starts doing comedy films. Sheen finds a lot of success in doing this because he's really good at it. He does the movie Major League, then Money Talks with Chris Tucker. But the real success is a movie called Hot Shots, a parody of all sorts of American movies, but especially Top Gun. It does so well that they make a sequel, this time parodying Rambo.
I need more time.
This goes on for a while. At the start of the 2000s, Sheen is in his mid to late 30s. He ends up on a sitcom called Spin City because the show's previous lead, Michael J. Fox, has to leave because of health reasons. The show ends 2 years later in 2002, and now Sheen's looking for work. He's well respected in the industry and by audiences, but he doesn't really know what to do next, when suddenly, this script for a sitcom lands in front of him. Written by this guy who's slowly been rising in the TV comedy world, Chuck Lorre. Despite being a writer, Lorre's story of how he ended up at 2.5 Men is far more cinematic than Sheen's. And out of every TV showrunner on Earth, his life story might be the easiest to trace. Because one of Lorre's trademarks is vanity cards. You know whenever a sitcom ends, it has all those logos fly by?
Absolutely.
Whenever Lorre produces a show, he puts a little card at the end. And it's usually his thoughts and feelings on stuff that's been happening. So it's stuff about his personal life, maybe a poem he's written, fights he's had about the show, and anything else he feels like sharing. It's actually kind of a cool and vulnerable thing to do. But his story starts in the early 70s, when Lorre attends the State University of New York at Potsdam, but drops out after only 2 years. He decides to travel around the USA, working as both a musician and as a songwriter. In the 10 years he does this, his biggest claim to fame is the song French Kissing, which Debbie Harry would then go cover in 1986. That's pretty cool, honestly. It's not exactly lucrative work though, and he struggles to make ends meet. It's around this time he gets married, and he has a child. And in a few years he'll have another one. Lorre's children are important to his story, because it means no matter what, he was willing to do anything to try to find work. And his strong work ethic runs throughout all of this. He ends up working 2 grueling jobs. In the day, Lorre goes around to random office buildings where he knows no one and then tries his best to sell them anything he can. And at night, he moonlights as a singer, playing weddings, events, anything really to try to make as much money as possible. In the 80s, Lorre eventually decides his music career is going nowhere fast, and he tries his hand at writing TV. He has no experience, education, or formal training in writing TV shows whatsoever, but manages to convince a TV documentary producer to let him write the narration for his program. It's not a lot, but it's something. One day, while incredibly depressed, Lorre walks into a random office building and starts his usual routine. He's chatting, he's making polite conversation, and it turns out he's in the offices of DIC, the children's animation company. I don't know what exactly goes down that day, but he walks into that building with the intent to sell some employees knickknacks they don't need, and he comes out convincing DIC to let him write for them. They're currently working on an animated show about a mischievous orange cat that loves to steal food. That's right. Heathcliff. Laurie pitches DIC an episode called An Officer and an Alley Cat, where Heathcliff attends military school because he thinks he's gonna get free food. It's about as complex as any episode of 2.5 Men. Slowly, Laurie starts climbing the ranks of children's TV. He works on a whole bunch of shows. At one point, he was at Marvel's animation studio. Did you know he co-wrote the theme song to the 1987 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, like Heroes in a Half Shell? That's him. Either way, Laurie starts writing spec scripts. Scripts for shows he'd like to write for. These were screenplays for The Golden Girls, Miami Vice, even the 80s Twilight Zone reboot that nobody remembers exists unless they're writing a YouTube video. He pitches a script for a show called Charles in Charge, and they actually pay him for it. And then he does another. And before you know it, that traction starts building and snowballing.
I need more time.
And Laurie ends up at the #1 rated TV show in America at the time, Roseanne. Roseanne is a complicated show to talk about, but essentially Laurie works on season 3 and 4 of the show in a producer role, and he does a really good job. Good enough that he gets the opportunity to lead and develop his own show. Granny's turn.
What are you hiding from me?
These aren't real.
Saturday, it's your turn. Whenever I get angry, you want to stick food in my mouth. Because Saturday is Granny's turn.
Because I can't stick it where I really want.
It gets cancelled after 5 episodes. He creates a few more shows during this period, but the real big hit is Dharma and Greg, a sitcom about a yoga instructor who marries a suit and tie lawyer, and the sort of comedy that comes from them having opposing worldviews. Something that's gotten lost over the years is that Laurie isn't the only creator of 2.5 Men. There's another guy, Lee Aronson. Look at this guy's Wikipedia page. There's 12 sentences. In some ways, 2.5 Men is the ultimate American sitcom because it fundamentally would not have existed if it wasn't for the miracle of health insurance. Aronson tells Laurie he's having trouble finding consistent work, and if he doesn't write something soon, he's gonna lose his union health insurance. And Laurie, having been poor for a large portion of his life, steps in and says, why don't we pitch something together so you can keep it? Laurie at this point is a really successful showrunner. He's definitely further in his career than Aronson is. He didn't have to do this, but he does it anyway, because that's the right thing to do. They get together and pitch a show idea to CBS boss Leslie Moonves and say they're thinking of a Charlie Sheen-style actor to play the lead role. Spin City had just ended and Sheen was playing kind of a playboy in that too. Moonves says he'll only approve the pilot if they can get Charlie Sheen. And after speaking to him, he's only willing to do it if they show him a script. In the space of about 2 weeks, Laurie and Aronson whip up a script called 2.5 Men, and the rest is history. I don't think I'm saying anything controversial by claiming 2.5 Men is a bad show. Every television critic on Earth was saying this during its 12-season run. But 2.5 Men is also bad in a very unique way. Usually when a sitcom's not good, it's just not funny. Like the jokes don't land, not a lot happens in every episode, and the characters are written like cardboard. I don't think anyone would call 2.5 Men well written. But it's not written badly either. 2.5 Men is actually kind of a well-constructed show. It's just that what it's constructing is horrible. And for all of its faults, and there sure are a lot, it does have really well-defined characters, all of whom bring something different to the table. Don't let the title of the show fool you. 2.5 Men definitely has a main character, and it's Charlie. He's a wealthy bachelor who wants to live his life, avoiding responsibilities and just dating random women. But his brother, Alan, has recently been divorced, and so he ends up moving in with Charlie. And also, he brings his son, Jake. The source of the show's main comedy is how these 3 relationships interact. You have a guy who just wants to be left alone. You have a kind of pathetic person who's just really needy, and a child who doesn't really understand what's happening. In other words, they're all childish in their own unique ways, and they bring a different style of comedy to the show. That's good writing. That's planning. That's not something you typically see in bad sitcoms. But these characters aren't anything new, they're stereotypes. You can point to pretty much any classic sitcom and find at least someone who's very similar to them, and that's kind of what made 2.5 Men work. It wasn't really innovating with anything new, it was just synthesizing a lot of classic sitcom stuff and repackaging it for a new audience. Like, for example, the jokes in 2.5 Men aren't bad in the way you might be expecting from a show like this. They're actually written as jokes. They have setups and they have punchlines.
What's good about it?
I'm not ready.
Good.
That's funny. That's how you write a joke. It's just
days, Max. She will come to her senses. Yeah. What do you do?
Wait, what did he just say? That was from the pilot. It feels like every third joke in the show is about how men just can't resist
I need more
movies.
time.
And if they do, even for a second, they're gay. The jokes are always the most base, low-hanging fruit imaginable. And a lot of the time they push into weirdly racist, xenophobic, homophobic. Basically, if you can think of something offensive, it's probably in the show. The thing is, it is possible to make these jokes and do them well. Arrested Development started only a year after 2.5 Men, and it also has jokes about people being addicted to sex, and even calls characters gay as a joke. But you know what the difference between the two was? About 10 million viewers. It's kind of expected that the very first episode of the TV show always does really well, a lot better than the rest of the season, usually because they put a new show next to something that's already successful. But Arrested Development's viewers continue to decline over time, while 2.5 Men managed to continue pulling in a huge audience. It's not hard to see why critics dislike 2.5 Men either. In an era where writers and showrunners were trying to really revolutionize what the sitcom could be and do, 2.5 Men played it fairly straight. It's doing the multi-camera, obviously big set, live audience laughing sort of thing. And it wasn't innovating with the characters like I said. The irony is that everything that makes 2.5 Men bad is also the same reason that the show was able to pull in millions of viewers. The jokes are easy to understand because you don't really need to know anything. MASH required you to know at least what war was as a concept. Fresh Prince requires you to know what life is like for black people in America. But the only thing 2.5 Men demands you know is traditional masculinity. You don't even really need to know other episodes of the show. There's no character arcs, nobody changes, nobody grows. The only exception is Jake, and I think the only reason he does is because he goes from being a 10-year-old to like 22. You can't hide that. Plus, as the show goes on, the jokes get more and more crude, until it's straight up just about Charlie hiring sex workers. Like, look at this. 2.5 Men always names episodes after quotes from the show. Here's a couple of episode titles so you get the picture of what I'm talking about. Weekend in Bangkok with 2 Olympic gymnasts. Your dismissive attitude towards boobs. Arguments for the quickie. And all of those are from only season 3 out of 12. One of the strangest things about this is that because the humor is so ridiculously obvious, the show ends up being really creative because of it. There's this TV concept called the watershed, which essentially means you can't broadcast material for exclusively adult audiences until it's at least 10 PM. But the whole time 2.5 Men was on the air, it was exclusively in the 8:30 to 9:30 PM time slot. So they can't exactly say a lot of the stuff they're actually talking about, so they have to find all of these creative ways to avoid saying things like, you know, penis.
Tell the doctor that if I was a tree, the rash is predominantly around the mossy trunk area.
After watching a whole bunch of episodes, what's most baffling about 2.5 Men is that the show is almost a commentary on like modern masculinity. Like, none of the characters are meant to be perceived as good people, not even in the context of the show. You're always laughing at them rather than with them, and a big part of the show's dynamic is how Charlie and his brother Alan are still being defined by their relationship to their mother. It's a recurring joke that she was a self-centered bad mother to them growing up, and that's why they turned out this way. So Alan is the type of guy to avoid conflict, and his insecurity comes out as putting women on a pedestal and having no self-worth. And at any moment, he's ready to stab people in the back to get whatever he wants, because he fundamentally doesn't trust anybody. Charlie experiences these exact same feelings, but he deals with them by completely avoiding them. Instead of sitting down and confronting his weaknesses, anytime a problem comes up, he just moves on to dating a new woman, or drinking alcohol, or spending more money. He's always focusing on staying alive in the moment, so he can continue running away from his problems. And just to be clear, this is all in the show. I know I just analyzed it and pulled it out, but somebody had to write it in the first place.
Charlie, you're a grown man. Perhaps it's time to stop blaming your mother for your own shortcomings.
But the main problem with 2.5 Men is that the show is also way too forgiving of these characters too. Because it's an older sitcom, every time an episode ends, it always has to reset the story. The characters don't learn anything, because if they did, there wouldn't be any 2.5 Men anymore. Would you want to watch 3 Men? Yeah, I didn't think so. So the part that would actually give some sort of weight to the commentary, the part where they have to live with their consequences, it just doesn't exist. This goes on for about 8 seasons. In 2011, quite a lot of things are happening. Rebecca Black's just dropped Friday, Einstein rap battles Stephen Hawking, and Charlie Sheen is 45 years old. Somehow, Sheen is now the highest paid actor in American television. Apparently, he makes $27.5 million a year for doing 2.5 Men. If you adjust that for inflation, that's over $38 million in 2024. It's worth noting that Sheen has tried to leave the show before, just a year prior, but I guess nobody can turn down a check that big. But Charlie Sheen is also a horrible person at the time. In 2009, he's accused of domestic abuse, and all the way up till early 2011, there's all of these reports of him drinking and partying in a really destructive manner. In January, Nina Tassler, the president of entertainment at CBS, says this in response to those reports. On a professional level, he does his job, and he does it well. 2 days later, Sheen's admitted to a hospital because of severe stomach pains. Meanwhile, the first half of season 8 of 2.5 Men has already been filmed, and it's on the air. Remember those vanity cards from earlier? Laurie is writing them last minute and comments on what's happening with Sheen in real time. Warning, do not attempt to replicate what you saw in tonight's episode of 2.5 Men. Please keep in mind that we employ a highly paid Hollywood professional who has years of experience with putting his life at risk. And sadly, no, I'm not talking about our stuntman. The next day, Charlie Sheen checks into rehab for his drinking and drug use, and the production of 2.5 Men freezes because you can't make a show without your main character. After a few days go by, Sheen sends all of the press people a very nice public statement that he definitely wrote and not his publicist. Less than 2 weeks after this, while Sheen is still in rehab, he calls into a radio show and says, "Stay away from the crack unless you can manage it socially. If you can manage it socially, then go for it." But not a lot of people can. That same night, the last filmed episode of 2.5 Men airs, and Chuck Lorre writes in a vanity card, "If Charlie Sheen outlives me, I'm gonna be really pissed." On the 16th of February, a statement's released, saying 2.5 Men is gonna film the rest of the episodes starting on the 28th. But that's a very corporate statement. There's clearly a lot of anger brewing behind the scenes, probably for years, and Sheen's got a lot of resentment. Laurie gets his opportunity to say what he wants on national TV, but Sheen doesn't get to? That's not fair. So while still in rehab, on February 24th, Sheen organizes a call-in interview to go onto some journalist show and really get it all out there. He's gonna do this. Not his publicist, not some newspaper, him. The world needs to see the real Charlie Sheen, so he has to find someone reasonable. Someone who's willing to dig for the real story. So who does he pick? Uh-oh. Yeah, apparently Charlie Sheen has a good relationship with Alex Jones. Yeah, it turns out Sheen's been calling 9/11 an inside job since at least 2003. Apparently in 2006, he told Alex Jones the Twin Towers fell because of a controlled demolition, but that was a long time ago. It's not like he believes that now. Wait, what movie is he promoting here again? Oh, okay. Could they not wait 3 days? Impressive. Yeah, this came out in 2017. It's a really weird 9/11 movie, as if that's a genre. You play some washed billionaire, and like 90% of it takes place in one elevator. I guess it's not that hard to see why Sheen likes Alex Jones so much. And his interview goes as well as Kramer's set at the Laugh Factory. He says a lot of really offensive stuff towards Chuck Lorre, stuff that I don't want to repeat, but it's a lot of insults that turn anti-Semitic. Sheen also says this quote at one point: "The only thing I'm addicted to right now is winning." A couple of hours later, CBS completely cancels the rest of the season of 2.5 Men. What happens next is a once-in-a-lifetime event. There's a very specific window of time that's going to complicate everything that's about to happen. Plenty of celebrities have made the news for having a breakdown, both before and after Charlie Sheen. But there's never been anything similar to what happened here. What changes everything is the internet. The culture of the 2011 internet was very different from where it is now. Nowadays, everything's fragmented. If you enter some sort of niche interest, there's always a specific corner you can go to discuss that thing. Oh, you like custom keyboards? Well, here's a Discord for it. Matter of fact, here's 19. Culture wasn't always like this. Pre-internet, everyone just kind of knew the same stuff. People obviously had their own weird interests, but there was a sort of dominant culture about the popular things at the time. It makes sense why it was set up like this too, because it was born out of older forms of mass communication. Things like TV, the radio, newspapers. They were ways of getting information out to people and they all had one thing in common. They were a one-way conversation. You couldn't respond to the story. If you saw a news story that you didn't like, you would have to phone the company, tell them, and then maybe they do something? It's not like you could tell. You couldn't insert yourself into the narrative. It wasn't like today, where half the time you need to @ the company on Twitter just to get basic tech support. And because of this one-way process of spreading information, stories and trends would last for a long time.
I'm not ready
There used to be a phrase called going mainstream, where suddenly everyone knows you and you're just a thing people know overnight, because you've slipped into the mainstream of news. I don't really hear anyone use it anymore though, and that's probably because there really isn't a mainstream anymore. It still happens once in a while, like Doja Cat will get famous, but there's a reason why you can define decades by cultural trends. And then you get to the 2010s, and nobody remembers Pharrell's hat at the 2014 Grammys. Remember Pharrell's hat? Yeah, there's no universal culture anymore. But in 2011, it wasn't like this yet. The ease of access to the internet had gone way up, but there weren't enough sub-communities for all of the new people yet. So there was a huge flood of people starting to use the internet, but they were all being funneled into this already established pipeline of monolithic culture. And TV networks knew this. Because of the conditions in the early 2010s, the internet was powerful enough to directly influence culture as a whole. Remember Coney 2012? Yeah, we'll get him this year. If you could tap into that audience stream as a TV network, that's a whole lot of viewers and money coming directly to you. A few years before 2011, these conditions didn't exist yet. A few years after 2011, the internet as a whole would be so big that TV networks didn't really have any power anymore. What happened with Charlie Sheen could only have happened in these few years. Don't forget that Sheen was one of the most famous celebrities in America at the time as well. He was the main star of a show that was pulling in 15 million viewers weekly. But I would say nowadays, Sheen is not remembered for those 15 million viewers. He's remembered for exactly 1 week in 2011. Like 4 days before 2.5 Men is scheduled to go back into production. The rest of the season is just cancelled. That's a lot of millions of dollars that Sheen no longer has coming to him. So what does Sheen do? The same thing he's been doing for the last 8 years. He goes on TV. He books interviews on every show possible. And because he's an incredibly famous movie and TV star, they're willing to have him. CNN, NBC's Today Show, he even goes on TMZ. But the biggest is a sit-down interview with ABC News, filmed in his own home. Pretty much every line from this interview became a meme. Here's just a few. After being asked if he uses drugs, he says, "I am on a drug. Called Charlie Sheen." After being asked if he's bipolar, he responds with, "I'm by winning." After being asked how he survived smoking 7 grams of crack cocaine, he claims he's got tiger blood, and it just keeps going and going and going. Sheen's publicist quits the same day this ends. It's at this moment that the word winning becomes associated with Charlie Sheen like crazy. Charlie Sheen isn't ruining his life. He's actually winning. This whole bit reminds me of those Boomer Chuck Norris memes.
I'm Chuck Norris, and I approve this game.
Yeah, okay. What was happening with Charlie Sheen wasn't the way celebrities were meant to be talked about. They had very specific, maintained public images. And how did people on the internet process this weird feeling? The same way they always do. By making stuff. People make photoshops, fake posters, and a whole bunch of music remixes. This starts a really interesting chain effect, because all of this was triggered by one guy doing something in the realm of TV, and people started noticing that on the internet and talking about it. And then they remixed it into new media, and now the story's spreading even more because of that. The original Charlie Sheen ABC interview only has 18 million views to this day. The Shmo Yoho auto-tuned music remix has 66 million. And remember, 2.5 Men was only pulling in like 15 million viewers. This is over 4 times that. People were now getting interested in the story because it had become a meme. A whole new audience had joined in, and because of that, TV networks started covering Charlie Sheen again. Holy shit, was SNL ever funny? It was like an Ouroboros, but combined with that bizarre sense of euphoria you get after vomiting. Something interesting happens if you watch the musical remix of the interview instead. It's funny.
I was banging 7-gram rocks. That's how I roll.
Over a decade ago, I heard the YouTuber Innuendo Studios say this quote, and it's stuck with me ever since.
and the more compressed information is, the further it can travel on the web.
What the winning meme did was increase Charlie Sheen's reach by millions, but it completely changed how people saw him. It compressed his depth. People were no longer responding to what he was saying as a person, but as a meme. Something that you spend a few minutes looking at before you spend the rest of your day, I don't know, reading webcomics or something. Charlie Sheen pretty much rides the winning meme into the sunset, for however long he can. He does a live stream before that was really a thing, and some stand-up tour, even though he's never done stand-up before, and according to reviews, that was very obvious. He also tries suing Laurie and Warner Brothers, but they end up settling out of court. On July 18th, 2011, Charlie Sheen signs a deal to do another sitcom called Anger Management. It's based on that Adam Sandler, Jack Nicholson movie. It ends up doing a first season of 10 episodes and a second season of 90. That might actually be the most normal thing about this whole story so far. Sheen also hosts the 2011 Gathering of the Juggalos. Laurie is left in a dilemma. He doesn't like Sheen, understandably, but he does like the show. Quality aside, when you work on something creatively for 8 years, it's gonna become a part of you. And if he chooses to end the show here, it won't have an ending, because they never filmed the rest of season 8. He'd be putting an entire cast and crew out of work. The same thing that Sheen did. So Laurie has to try right this ship and save this sinking sitcom. A sitcom that has now lost its main character. So what does he do? The sensible thing. He copies his other big sitcom at the time.
Bazinga.
Yeah, Laurie also created The Big Bang Theory, and his solution was to introduce a new character into Two and a Half Men's story. Walden Schmidt, played by Ashton Kutcher. And as this season, season 9, was going into production, there was so much hype around it. The entire advertising campaign was based around how are they going to introduce the new guy. It's the only time I've seen a TV show where everybody knows what's going to happen, but they still want to see it. Like seriously, one of the fundamental pieces of writing advice is your story should be ahead of the audience. But here, everyone knew what was coming. They were just waiting for it to happen. When that first episode of season 9 came out, over 28 million people watched the episode live. That's almost double what the show was pulling in weekly. It would slowly taper off, but by the end of the season, things were back to normal. The first episode of season 9 opens with Charlie's funeral, and all of the women he's ever dated are there just to make sure he's dead. That's a good bit, I like that. It honestly feels more like a roast than a tribute. And you know, Chuck Lorre? Fair enough. You didn't ask to be thrown into the public eye like that. I guess this is your way of getting revenge. Now look, Chuck Lorre is in an unenviable position. He has to try save this show when the core piece of the dynamic is missing. I wouldn't want to have to do that, but man, there had to have been a better way to do it than this. Charlie's character was a caricature of a very particular guy. Someone in their 30s and 40s who's wealthy and afraid of commitment enough that they can go around having casual relationships with women. This was a guy that existed in the world at one point. It was Charlie Sheen. In 2003, when Two and a Half Men started, bizarrely, that guy was cool to a lot of people. They made an entire character in How I Met Your Mother based on that stereotype. But by 2011, when this new season of Two and a Half Men was starting, that guy had already begun to fade a bit, and the internet nerd stereotype was starting to emerge. If the show had continued with Charlie Sheen, it probably would have just stayed the same and then eventually ended. Walden, on the other hand, is a billionaire tech guy who sold some startup, and it just couldn't be further away from what Two and a Half Men was. I guess the idea was a clean break from everything that came before. What makes this really insufferable is that it's the 2011 idea of the tech industry, where tech CEOs are secret geniuses and really ripped, and the modern renaissance man. It would take about 11 years before Elon Musk would buy Twitter, and then everyone would agree this is nonsense. They don't even say what Walden did or made or anything. All they allude to is that he was making a website and Microsoft bought it, and then they make a joke about the Zune.
Then they bundled it with their iPod killer, the Zune.
Now, that's scary, because that wasn't the type of jokes that Two and a Half Men made. It was all lowbrow humor, but it wasn't really referential to pop culture. That was part of the appeal. If you put cultural references that are dated, when that episode airs again as a rerun, it's not gonna work. You need to do at least something with the reference so it works if you don't know what it is. But here, the joke is just the Zune, and that's like the tip of the iceberg. The other major problem is, Walden doesn't really have any flaws. Like, Charlie was rich, but he wasn't a billionaire. And because this is based on the 2011 tech guy, they don't really give him any serious character flaws. He's rich, he's handsome, he's the most reasonable one. He's boring is what he is. They do introduce him by showing him divorced and emotionally immature, but you already had that character. One of the main problems with Walden isn't even him. It's just that by him existing, the writers don't know what to do with Alan anymore. So you have one character who sucks, another one that is now functionally useless, and a child. And it's pretty obvious by the end of the season that they have no idea what they're doing, because they end up sending Jake the child into the army. And in the intro for the next season, they show him in his army uniform. To quote a very famous YouTuber, what were they thinking? Oh hey, it's June 28th, 2012. The first episode of Anger Management is about to air. I wonder how they're gonna start it.
You can't fire me. I quit. You can replace me with some other guy? You may think I'm losing, but I'm not. Anyway, you get the idea.
That's actually how it starts. This is the highest viewed premiere for a sitcom in cable television history. Did you even know it existed? It's at this point that the cracks in the new version of 2.5 Men are starting to show. I mean, Laurie did do it. He successfully saved the show. The only problem was he sacrificed everything that made the show what it was to do it. If Walden Schmidt was intended to be a clean break from the past, I'm sorry, they failed. Because with Charlie dead, somehow the show ended up becoming even more about him. He hangs over this entire show like a ghost. In one episode, literally, where he's reincarnated into the body of Kathy Bates. There's another where Alan starts pretending he's Charlie, and it just keeps going and going. 2.5 Men was never a particularly good show, but it had a strong identity. Remember before, when I was saying 2.5 Men's greatest strength was that it combined all of those classic sitcom ideas together? Now it was just the Big Bang Theory but worse. Walden's laptop has a Foursquare sticker. He drives an electric car, and his house has Star Wars figures. Where does this stereotype even come from? Every tech guy I know lives like Patrick Bateman. Look, all I'm saying is, if your show starts having Patton Oswalt in it, and he's actually playing a nerd, maybe it's time to shut everything down. But they don't, and it goes on for another season, and this time there's even more behind the scenes drama. The guy who plays Jake has been baptized and became religious, so now he doesn't want to do the show. 2.5 Men has lost their half a man. This is just the fate of the show from this point on. It can't escape Charlie's shadow, and the characters are too stale to really do anything good. It's not about trying to do something new, it's an attempt to Weekend at Bernie's a corpse. And because Jake leaves the story, they introduce a new character to be the half man. And it's a woman? I have no idea how this got approved. This was 2014. Women's suffrage was like a century old. And to make matters worse, she's Charlie's daughter. So there is now a permanent character who every time they are on screen, they are being defined by their connection to Charlie Sheen. It's been like 3 years since winning happened. His spirit is being evoked in every scene. It's like the show is a Ouija board. Then we get to the final season. Season 12 happens. And by this point, this shit is so off the rails, we're so far removed from where the show started, that I am now going to tell you what the plot line for this season is. And you're not going to believe me. Okay, you ready? It is a season-long gay joke. Walden and Alan, who are straight, get gay married so that they can adopt a baby. And now, Charlie's daughter from the lost season is only in 3 episodes of season 12.
I'm not ready
They
yet.
flushed that character. I've never seen a show derail this much. It's like a Simpsons joke. Let's go back to Chuck Lorre's vanity cards for a second. When 2.5 Men started, he laid out something he called the 2.5 Men Pledge. We assume an intelligent audience holding remote controls. The only laughter you will hear is the laughter of real people. We will do no very special episodes. Nobody's having a baby. No one's getting married. Someone is getting divorced. Our characters are flawed, yet smart. Pop culture references are cheap, easy, and date the show. We will not do
I'm not
them.
ready yet.
I don't think any of these statements are true by this point. The show laid out a bunch of rules for its own existence and then directly contradicted those rules to preserve the show. But by doing that, they sacrificed the show itself. It's like a Faustian bargain. As 2.5 Men drew to a close and started getting its affairs in order, rumors started popping up across the board. Is Charlie coming back? Surely they were getting back for the final episode. That winning meme was like 4 years ago. And I'm not saying Charlie Sheen is a good guy. The phrase 9/11 comes up on his Wikipedia page way too much for that to be the case. But he admitted his behavior was wrong and wanted to make amends. And it was pretty obvious he wasn't doing well when all the winning stuff happened. Like, yeah, the show has derailed massively. But the best way to wrap up the show would be to go back to where it started. The original 2.5 Men. It wasn't Laurie's fault Sheen acted out and they had to fire him. If they nailed the ending, it would redeem the lost 4 years. Eventually, the show's marketing picks up on this, and it starts to lean into the idea of Charlie coming back. Whispers start emerging. Charlie Sheen wanted to come back, but they wouldn't let him? Or is that narrative alive? Is it all one big fake out so that some secret twist really gets us? And that was the sort of confusion and fever that people were going into the final episode with. And you know, after all of that time, after all of those stories, I think we are finally ready to discuss the ending to 2.5 Men. The final episode begins with the reveal that Charlie was never dead. His death was faked. It turns out his stalker has been keeping Charlie in her basement for years. And as of this episode, he's finally escaped. Weirdly, Alan and his mother get oddly threatening messages from a random number, and everybody else in Charlie's life is getting huge amounts of money anonymously. All of Charlie's girlfriends are receiving apologies in the post too. It turns out Charlie is out for revenge, and he's going to murder Alan, then Walden, and then himself. This is a real screenshot of the show, by the way. I have a feeling nobody would have believed me if I didn't say that. Towards the beginning of the episode, at the end of one of the scenes, something strange happens.
I can't wait for this to be over.
Was that scripted? That felt way too real, man. The show's never done anything like this before. It's made meta jokes, but it's never broke the continuity. And it's this bizarre moment where the show acknowledges it failed. It tried its best and it wasn't good enough. If you wanted a satisfying ending, it's not gonna be here. There is genuinely a CGI sequence in this episode, and it is so ugly. It looks exactly like the movie Food Fight, and I don't know if that was on purpose or not, because Charlie Sheen is the main character in Food Fight. It seems like a stretch, but it's not like the rest of this makes any sense.
That's all, folks.
Okay, I've tried to be normal about this, and I think I've succeeded for about 39 minutes, but what the f*** is going on? How am I supposed to analyze that? It doesn't even feel like a human made it. So, the characters report to the chief of police about Charlie coming back to hunt them, and the chief of police is played by, obviously, Arnold Schwarzenegger. And as he's interviewing them to get info on Charlie, it turns into another way to make fun of a viewer's intelligence.
And then your dead brother's previously unknown lesbian daughter shows up.
Can't write this stuff, huh?
That happens, Jake eventually turns up again, and this happens.
Amazing that you've made so much money with such stupid jokes.
And it's at this point that the finale reveals what it actually is. It's a meta joke episode making fun of how bad 2.5 Men is, and how stupid you are for watching it. I've watched a lot of TV in my life, but I have never seen a show so openly hate the audience that made it. I think this is a landmark moment in TV history. It's a show that throughout its entire run has been lowbrow humor, so critics aren't going to like it. But then it makes fun of the only people who watch it, so today, in 2024, nobody on earth defends this show. This show was prolonged because Laurie didn't want to say goodbye to these characters yet, and now is openly trying to murder them. The characters accept they're going to die, say goodbye to their loved ones, and none of them care. It's a bitter, hateful episode, and we haven't even talked about the final bit yet. Throughout this final episode, there's another running narrative. Chuck Lorre isn't making fun of Charlie the character in all of these scenes. He's systematically taking down Charlie Sheen. Charlie Sheen read the script and refused to appear in the episode, so they can't use him, but they can use his likeness because he was a character on the show, and thus you have the CGI sequence and the off-screen mentions of him. And there are so many sneak disses at him throughout this. Those threatening text messages they were getting, they had phrases like, "You despicable troll," "My army of assassins," and "Tiger's blood." All of these are references to things Sheen said in 2011. When the two of them get interviewed by Arnold Schwarzenegger, there's a joke about Charlie trying anger management, but it didn't work. And at one point, Walden searches online to see if there's any information on Charlie's death, but all he finds is one weird rant against a former employer. I'm now gonna pull back for a second. Charlie Sheen's winning shit happened in February 2011. This finale aired 4 years after that in February 2015. Now all of this happened a long time ago, so maybe you don't remember exactly how giant that difference is. Here's a short list of things that happened between those two dates. Mitt Romney fails to get elected. Dark Souls, Coney 2012, Gangnam Style, Death Grips, SOPA, George Lucas sells Star Wars, the Higgs boson is found, the London Olympics, the Harlem Shake, Vine, Edward Snowden, Ice JJ Fish, Five Nights at Freddy's, Darude Sandstorm, the Ice Bucket Challenge, Uptown Funk, weed is legalized in parts of the US, Uber, Flappy Bird, Jay-Z gets his ass beat in a lift. Chuck Lorre kept his grudge for that long. And he made it the problem of all of the viewers, the one people who do not deserve this. And then that brings us to the final scene of 2.5 Men. It took 12 years to get to this point. Charlie walks up to the front door of the house, it's shot from behind, it's clearly not him, and then a piano falls out of the sky onto him, but the camera just hangs there. It eventually pulls back and reveals Chuck Lorre sitting in the director's chair. He turns to the camera and says,
"I need more time."
I feel like it kind of speaks for itself. But the vanity card for this episode is so unbelievable. Let's read it together. Why not? We made it this far. I know a lot of you might be disappointed that you didn't get to see Charlie Sheen in tonight's finale. For the record, he was offered a role. Our idea was to have him walk up to the front door in the last scene, ring the doorbell, then turn, look directly into the camera, and go off on a maniacal rant about the dangers of drug abuse. He would then explain that these dangers only apply to average people, that he was far from average. He was a ninja warrior from Mars. He was invincible, and then he would drop a piano on it. We thought it was funny.
I'm not ready yet.
Instead, he wanted us to write a heartwarming scene that would set up his return to primetime TV in a new sitcom called The Harpers, starring him and the guy who plays Alex. We thought that was funny too.
I'm not ready.
That was the ending to 2.5 Men. A show about a guy who just dates random women and has a divorced brother. That was the ending. A show that was born out of the necessity for healthcare. A show that became a passion project for a lot of people. And then a show that died the slowest death possible. It was buried at sea. In Lorre's quest to take down Charlie Sheen, he burned every piece of goodwill the show had. He created the worst ending to a sitcom of all time. An ending that insulted the viewer's intelligence and pleased no one except the people who already disliked the show. It went against everything that made the original show work, just so Chuck Lorre could discuss things that happened outside of the show. I just want to reiterate, the final season followed 2 straight main characters who got gay married to adopt a baby, and then 2.5 Men ended in a murder-suicide plot that turned needlessly meta and failed in every conceivable way. Why am I the first person to make this video? Lorre, you won. Don't you see? You're the one who's on TV still. Charlie Sheen's entire acting career is now a footnote in his breakdown. You're the one who permanently shaped the landscape of entertainment, but instead of wrapping the show up with a satisfying ending, you did this. You had the perfect opportunity to say goodbye, And you said no.
I'm not ready
I'm not a
yet.
guy who likes to over-exaggerate the title of YouTube videos, but can you legitimately think of a sitcom ending worse than this? Oh, How I Met Your Mother had a bad ending. Did it end in a murder-suicide though? In late 2023, Chuck Lorre released a new show called Rookie, and nobody has heard of it even though it's on HBO Max. The very first episode of the show, directed by Lorre himself, features Charlie Sheen playing himself as a recovering drug addict, and the same scene also has the guy who plays Jay. And the whole thing they're doing is a deliberate reference to the pilot of 2.5 Men. A very public conflict was resolved behind the scenes in private. It's the perfect ending to this story. And nobody even cares it happened. 2.5 Men is one of the most simple shows in existence. The whole time it was on the air, TV critics complained about how simple it was. But it has one of the most complex stories in entertainment history hidden inside it. But because of Lorre, it's a story that nobody even remembers. Today, Lorre's biggest legacy isn't even 2.5 Men. It's his influence on everything else to come out of the world of TV. Young Sheldon ends a few days after this video goes up, and there's already another spin-off planned. This is Chuck Lorre's world, and we're all just living in it. Yo, it's Jay. Hope you enjoyed the video. I don't really think of this one as an essay. It felt more like an autopsy working on it. If you enjoyed it and want to help me make more stuff like it, I have a Patreon. My friend Colin and I also host a monthly film podcast called Labyrinth of Cinema. The last episode was on Juzo Itami's Limbo. Amazing movie if you haven't seen it. And if you want to talk to me, you can hit me up on Twitter. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
I'm not ready yet.
Go ahead. How was Santa Barbara?
I have to go now. My planet needs me.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Pogledaj, majke ti. Kakav retar.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Mršu pičku materinu. Retard. Fricast. Okay. Sure. Yeah, I'm taking this with me.
There are a lot of valid criticisms you can throw at Gordon Ramsay. He's helped normalize being abusive to restaurant staff across the entire industry. When the world shut down a few years ago, he fired over 500 employees. And by far the worst, he was in Smurfs: The Lost Village.
Let me be frank, she's a rubbish baker.
But the one thing you can't say about Gordon Ramsay is that the man doesn't understand how to make good TV. Kitchen Nightmares is probably the most entertaining TV show I've ever seen. I didn't say it was the best, I said it was the most entertaining. We'll talk more about that later. Gordon Ramsay's public image in general absolutely fascinates me.
Oh.
The guy owns over 50 restaurants, has
What?
tons of Michelin stars, and
what?
also probably has one of the most successful careers in the history of entertainment. But he achieved all of that through becoming famous for swearing, insulting people to their faces, and getting angry really quickly over nothing. I don't really understand how he's done this. This is usually stuff that both regular people and advertisers hate. If someone else was as famous as Gordon Ramsay and it came out that they had been doing this, they would be out of a career. I remember in 2008, Christian Bale had a legendary meltdown on the set of some Terminator movie no one cares about. Director's cut? This movie had a director? The film cinematographer didn't realize they were filming or something and just walked right through the set, and Christian Bale completely humiliated him. Christian Bale had to apologize several times, and there were entire parody videos making fun of how ridiculous the situation was. He did not get away with it, is what I'm saying. To this day, people still reference Christian Bale's meltdown. It has a bigger cultural footprint than the movie itself. It's probably the second biggest thing out of Terminator Salvation, after that arcade game that seems to be everywhere. But for some reason, when Gordon does this, people love it. He has an entire presence on TikTok where all he does is insult food now. And I don't want to sound like I'm preaching to you. I'm guilty of this too. I enjoy watching Kitchen Nightmares. For a while, anytime I ate lunch, I would just put an episode on, even though I'm pretty sure I did permanent damage to my soul doing it. Out of all of Gordon's shows, the US version of Kitchen Nightmares is the one that I find myself constantly coming back to, because it kind of summarizes Gordon Ramsay as a whole. He's very much painted as a guy who yells at people and tears them down, so he can build them back up again and help them achieve their best. And that's interesting, isn't it? Because that's not the premise of Kitchen Nightmares. He goes in looking to fix issues around the food, and he comes out fixing people. While everything about Kitchen Nightmares is designed to look like a show about cooking, it isn't a cooking show. In fact, it's kind of the opposite. Kitchen Nightmares does take a lot from cooking shows, but most of it's in the presentation. The actual meat of the show doesn't really try to teach the viewer anything about food. It actually skips past the bits where the chefs learn to cook, except of course if they're going to one of Gordon's restaurants, then there's loads of time for that. Kitchen Nightmares is also an absurdly expensive show to make, at least in the context of cooking. If you're unfamiliar with how an episode of Kitchen Nightmares works, here's the structure. Each episode opens with the camera crew interviewing the owners of the restaurant, and it's obvious the restaurant's not doing well, so then Gordon shows up to try to fix it. He always enters first by ordering food as a customer, so he can test and see what's good and what isn't. And no chef discriminates between good and bad food as clearly as Gordon Ramsay does.
Chimichangas? Chimichuck it in the bin. What a shame.
In fact, the only chef who discriminates more than Gordon Ramsay is Paula Deen. There's also usually a segment where Gordon goes into the kitchen and sees a service in action, how the staff communicate, why the food does or doesn't make it out to the dining room. Then there's a bit after that where Gordon goes into the restaurant's walk-in fridge, and then he always touches the food that's gone off with his bare hands. Ew! Gordon Ramsay's team then comes in, completely changes the menu and retrains the chefs, and most of the time they also remodel the entire restaurant. Each episode normally ends with one big launch night to really put this new restaurant on the map, and then Gordon slinks out into the night, never to talk to them again. Except when he does, sometimes. According to this Delish article I found, at one point Gordon Ramsay said the budget of a single episode of Kitchen Nightmares was $1.5 million. But one of the fundamental things about cooking shows is that they're really cheap to make. That's why anyone can make one and put it on TikTok or YouTube. It's also kind of why they exist in the first place. TV networks need loads of programming so that they can beam entertainment to you constantly. There's only so many times you can schedule How I Met Your Mother before someone will finally get sick of it. So sometimes you need to fill a half-an-hour slot, and you don't have a lot of money left over to do it. So what do? You build a set, maybe a studio audience, volunteers are cheap, and you put together a kitchen. But that's not enough, is it? What's the show? Someone just cooking? No one's gonna watch that. This isn't Jean Dillman. No, what you need is a personality. In 1963, a US cooking show came out called The French Chef. It wasn't the first cooking show, but it was definitely one of the first majorly influential ones. It ran for over 200 episodes, and the whole thing was hosted by Julia Child, a classically trained chef who just a couple of years prior in 1961 had helped contribute to a cookbook. That book was titled Mastering the Art of French Cooking. And you know, unless you're really interested in cooking, like buying old issues of culinary magazines, you probably have no idea what this book is. Looking at it today, most of it's not useful anymore. Who wouldn't want to try mouth-watering asbestos? But the book was a huge success at the time. A lot of people attribute the fact that Julia Child even got a TV show in the first place entirely to the success of this book. The reason her show, The French Chef, even works is because of her position as an authority on French cooking in the first place. If you track cooking shows from their origin till today, the one constant is always the expert. Whether it's Anthony Bourdain or Martha Stewart, people like knowing that the person talking to them knows more about the food than they do. And Kitchen Nightmares can look you in the face and tell you it's not a cooking show, but it still needs you to believe this in order for the whole show to work. Gordon has to be an expert. Not to mention, food is a really subjective thing. Television only gives us 2 of the 5 senses. We can't touch, smell, or taste the food. That's a pretty big part of judging food, right? So we need someone with an established palate to tell us whether the food is good or not, because we can't judge it. And by doing that, we need to inherently trust someone and their opinion. And it's through this that the show manages to get away with painting Gordon as constantly in the right, sometimes when he clearly isn't. In the latest season, the 2023 one, Gordon goes to a restaurant called Diwan and orders the gobi Manchurian. And when it arrives, he complains that it's an Indian restaurant, but they served him a fusion Indo-Chinese dish. But what? That's what it is. It was literally invented in Chinese restaurants in India. I've eaten this dozens of times, it's great. Like most of the Indian restaurants I've been to have it on the menu. And this is when I realized every scene in Kitchen Nightmares operates off the assumption that Gordon is always correct. He can't ever be wrong. There's one really famous clip from Kitchen Nightmares where Gordon gets served grilled romaine lettuce. It's one of the most viewed videos on the Kitchen Nightmares YouTube channel. It's got 28 million views. Essentially, the whole clip is Gordon sees grilled lettuce on a menu, orders it, and then humiliates the chef for even coming up with the idea, like calling a toast in the restaurant just to talk about how stupid it is, and how he's never heard of a dish like this. But like, this is a thing. It takes 2 seconds to Google grilled lettuce and like a billion recipes pop up. It's pretty common in Asian food. Has Gordon ever eaten like a lettuce wrap or something? Don't just take it from me though. Take it from Gordon himself. In 2005, Gordon Ramsay wrote a recipe on roasted lettuce. This episode aired 7 years later. So what was the point of this scene? Just to make fun of the chef? What a dickhead. Either way, now that we know the scene is obviously wrong, let's look at how the show constructs that scene to make it look like Gordon's in the right. And check out how many times it cuts to someone else's reaction here. It cuts to the waitress once, reacting to the lettuce, and then it cuts to her again, saying something about it, but this time in the future. And then when Gordon does this reverse toast, I guess, it cuts twice to 2 other angles of people reacting. Then this table, then that table, and then another shot from behind Gordon. Then these random close-ups of people laughing, and I don't have any proof of this, but it looks like these shots were recorded at some other time. Like they don't look like they're reacting to the lettuce. By my count, that's 9 reaction shots for this stupid lettuce. It's a numbers game. If they constantly show you people reacting to something in a specific way, it's natural that you're gonna go along with it. It's sort of like when you hear audiences laughing in a sitcom, they're giving you your cue. And I don't mean the ball either. The reason they can do this is because Kitchen Nightmares follows a very strict formula. It has the exact same plot in every episode. Gordon goes into a failing restaurant, he says everything's bad, he fights with the people there, and then it ends. And it's not difficult to do this. By going into restaurants that are already about to close, there's a lot of drama just waiting to be filmed. It's gotta be stressful and tense every day, and that's on top of the stress of working in a restaurant already to begin with. It's one of the most stressful jobs ever. Be nice to service industry workers, man, but then you'll have someone like Gordon come in, and the producers will try to fit that existing drama into the more artificial structure of the TV show. A structure that's designed to create even more drama. Like, does Gordon really need to test the food as a customer first? Wouldn't it make more sense to go into the kitchen and see how it's made instead, and then eat it? The only reason he would eat the food first is to make the show more interesting. And you know, fair enough, because it does work. Every episode is like one of those hydraulic press videos. You can only put so much tension on something before... Why didn't I use a pressure cooker metaphor? Whenever this comes up, people will always say the same thing. Gordon is playing up a character. He's doing it to make a more interesting show. And they compare it to the UK version of Kitchen Nightmares, which came out a couple of years before. Like, look, he's normal here. He looks calm. The US one, therefore, is clearly a character. And you know, maybe there is some truth to that, but it kinda misses the bigger picture. If you go back to the 90s, Gordon Ramsay's story looks completely different. In 1993, Gordon Ramsay had just opened a restaurant called Aubergine as the head chef, but the restaurant itself belonged to a group of other people. Aubergine was hugely popular when Gordon was the head chef, with entire articles being written about how successful he was. In 1996, Gordon had enough clout as a chef that he could publish his own cookbook, Gordon Ramsay's Passion for Flavor. By 1997, Gordon Ramsay was having guests like Robert De Niro show up, and turning away others like Madonna, and they were famous in the 90s. The next year, in 1998, Gordon organized a walkout at Aubergine and left to start his own London restaurant that same year, Restaurant Gordon Ramsay. And like, mad respect, that's definitely a crazy, risky move. But I will say, even this early, Gordon is being referred to as a celebrity chef in the newspaper. He has prestige. People are looking to him for their idea of what a chef is. And that takes us to one of the first appearances Gordon Ramsay ever made on television, a British documentary from 1998 called Britain's Most Unbearable Bosses, which apparently 3 million people saw when it was originally broadcast out. It was a one-off special that looked at all of these horrible bosses when they didn't know they were being filmed, and it featured a huge segment on Gordon, big enough to have an article written about it in the newspaper. What I'm trying to say with this is that even from his very start in television, Gordon Ramsay's public image has always been associated with anger and abusing his employees. You can't divorce him from it or claim he's playing a character. That's what he is to most people. He definitely plays it up for the camera, and just to be clear, I have no idea what he's like today in his personal life or when the cameras aren't rolling. But this is coming from a real place, isn't it? It was enough for journalists to try to expose him on TV. What makes this more complicated is the 1999 TV show that brought way more attention to Gordon. And this is the one that has the most similarities with the US Kitchen Nightmares. Another documentary called Boiling Point, and this time it was a series of 5 episodes. Boiling Point follows Gordon Ramsay during that point in his life where he had left Aubergine, and it covers the next 8 months as he starts up his own restaurant and tries to get some Michelin stars under his belt. And like, it's good TV, man. Unlike Kitchen Nightmares, Boiling Point is actually very critical of Gordon. It doesn't really try to take one side. It'll show you the scenes of Gordon being quite charismatic, but it won't be afraid to juxtapose that alongside the scenes of him freaking out on his employees. Boiling Point trusts the viewer enough to come to their own conclusions on whether or not what Gordon's doing is justified. And
that's it right there. Oh, no problem, dude. How you doing, Snake Woo?
Good.
We're just cutting up the 3 of us and some smite for the night. You stream? Alright, who we got here? Yeah, I did, but my Twitch is acting so weird today, man. I kind of just left it alone. So, because I'm about to have to switch over. I use Twitch Studio, and it's about to end at the end of this month. So when I switch back over to OBS, I'm going to set that up. Because I don't feel like setting everything up and then doing it again in like a few days. Alright, what we got here? Ross will be Uller. Alright, let me... Which sucks, man, because I like Twitch Studio because OBS crashes here and there and all this. Twitch Studio doesn't have nearly as much shit, but like it worked all the time, and I didn't have to go back and fix shit. So I was good with that. Okay. That we got. We need some mage. We need mage work now. Let me see. Let me do. Yeah, see, I use that too. Like, I use Stream Elements, OBS, and then OBS. But there's a new one out that's called Prism, and from what everybody says, it's the best of all of them. It works a little smoother altogether and doesn't have too much frame drops. So I'm gonna just go ahead and try that one, and just go for the best, man. I'm tired of setting shit up and then I have to reset it up, and then, like, when it doesn't work, and that's what I don't understand. It's like, dude, you own like a fucking streaming platform, so why wouldn't you have your own? Well, they do have their own, but why wouldn't you have a better one, or at least keep one? Like, it's just weird. It seems convenient for you if you want people to stream that, you know, you have your own software on site. But, you know, Twitch is, like I always say, Twitch is $1 billion industry run like shit. Like, it's a fucking joke. Yeah, Prism. It's actually on the Twitch, when you go in the Twitch, you know, side things. Maybe it is. I don't know. It's just, man, to me, I mean, there's no reason not to have your own shit on site. I mean, you would get more people streaming.
Yeah.
And I figured, you know, with Amazon buying it out, it would, you know, get better, but I guess they're saying fuck it.
No.
And I'll get you a shout out in just a second. Yeah, exactly. It is what it is. Oh shit, really? This motherfucker came up behind me? Oh shit. Ah shit. Shit. Oh shit. I'm gonna die. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Oh my god. Alright, dude. I'll be around, man. Thank you for stopping in, bro. I much appreciate it. And I'm gonna give you a shout out when I get a chance.
It isn't. People mention all the time how often the US version of Kitchen Nightmares cuts, and how it has all of these crazy sound effects put under it. I always see this attributed to, like, American attention spans or something. I don't know about that, but I have noticed something about it that's related to Boiling Point. Anytime Gordon freaks out in Boiling Point, the show isn't as hurried to cut to the next scene or a different shot. So as soon as he's done freaking out, the camera will just stay there for a while watching him. And as he switches from really laying into one of his staff and then going back into work mode, it really forces the viewer to consider how Gordon's actions affect those around him. In the US shows, they cut so quickly away that you never have to consider the impact of what Gordon's done. As soon as he freaks out, it just cuts immediately, and that's the end of it. And it uses all of those cartoony sound effects to rob the scene of its more emotional energy. Imagine how bad some of this stuff would look without those sound effects.
Olega Lamb, blood. This is criminal. You have cross-contaminated.
How are you meant to take this seriously? The sound design is like something out of Johnny Test. No viewer watching the US version of Kitchen Nightmares has to actually deal with and process the emotions that the people around Gordon are feeling. But in Boiling Point, by hanging on shots like these, it makes you understand that his actions do affect others. They don't exist in a vacuum. It shows he's wrong. For all of his talk about how it's tough love and forces people to grow a backbone, it's not true. You can see it physically harming people. And just to be real, if you watched only Boiling Point and you had no other idea of who Gordon Ramsay is, you would think he's a psychopath.
You wanna go home and cry to mummy again? Like a big f***ing wuss?
He comes across like he's Michael Jordan in The Last Dance, and I'm barely exaggerating. He'll do anything possible to get the slightest win, sometimes for no reason. In one episode, Gordon gets paid to promote a certain type of apple. He has to make a recipe using it in front of some journalists, but he just switches out the apple for another similar one, and then uses a tiny amount of a puree of the original apple, because he knows none of the critics will be able to tell. Even the person who's paying him to do this can't tell. But like, why? Why would you do that? It feels like you're just causing more problems for yourself. And you know the best part of this? It's the fact he's right. It's one of the most entertaining things I've ever seen. Even though he's completely ripping these people off who are paying him to their face, they still have no idea. They come across like posh, stuck-up rich people, especially next to Gordon. This is what makes Gordon Ramsay such an interesting person. He knows what he's talking about sometimes, so you can't completely dismiss everything he says. He's arrogant in a way where he can back up most of what he's talking about. On some level, it is kind of refreshing to hear Gordon talk shit on people like this. It's because when he does this, he's punching up. He comes across like an underdog. Gordon's public image exists in that world of fine dining and culinary excellence, but he manages to ride that line in such a way that he can also present himself as an outsider. And I really think a lot of this is down to how much he swears. Swearing's a really powerful tool, because when you curse, it immediately brings up all of these emotions to the surface. When someone swears, you know they're being genuine, and sometimes that might be genuine hatred, but you know they mean it. And when Gordon Ramsay swears, it feels like he's making that world of fine dining suddenly feel accessible to us. When describing a bad plate of food, for example, he could criticize the garnish, the plating, how the food's been cooked, and I might not understand all of that. But you know what I definitely understand? When the food is shit. There are some real terrible owners on Kitchen Nightmares, and it feels so good seeing someone put them back in their place. Like, holy shit, imagine paying money in a restaurant for microwave food. At least use the air fryer. It taps into a feeling I think a lot of us have. Whenever we've been at work and we've been exploited, Gordon gets to say the things that we never could. I think on some level it works in Boiling Point because Gordon is still a working class guy. When he robs that apple guy, it feels great. No matter what I do with my life, I will never be in a position to pay a chef £5,000 to promote an apple for me. So it's satisfying to see Gordon point out that it's bullshit. He's taking promo photos with the wrong apple here. It's easy to forget now, but the internet really changed the way people think about food. So many great food writers like J. Kenji Lopez Alt have made the process of cooking way more transparent today. I remember for the longest time, food was one of the easiest things to be like stuck up and snobbish about. And that's because food is a political thing. Have you ever noticed how it's the most expensive food that's considered the best? They put gold leaf on everything at those places, and gold leaf doesn't taste of anything. The concept of fine dining comes from royal courts and aristocracy. From the very start, fine dining has always been exclusionary. The kind of person who can justify spending £200 on dinner is a very specific type of person. And it's not you or me, which is what made Gordon's on-screen presence so appealing here. Here's a guy who's well respected by the people who make up the food system, and he's telling you it's nonsense. But it's also important to note that Boiling Point came out in 1999. The very first episode of the US versions of Kitchen Nightmares came out in 2007. That's 8 years after Boiling Point. A lot can change in 8 years. That's the same amount of time between Hit Me Baby One More Time Britney and Blackout era Britney. There's like 5 different evolutions in sound between those. One of the things I've always found interesting about Britney's sound is how much it evolved between albums, especially because at the time, Britney's reputation in the media was severely negative, and they'd use it to downplay any of her contributions to pop music as a whole, which is strange because she's had more staying power than any of her contemporaries, whether it's Mariah Carey, Avril Lavigne, or Gwen Stefani. I still go back to Britney's albums, but none of theirs, and because Gordon Ramsay's company is, you know, a company, it has to publicly file taxes. We can actually check how much money it's making. And apparently in 2007, the same year the US version of Kitchen Nightmares started, the Gordon Ramsay holding company made £1.3 million in profit. I also found this Times Online article from 2007 where they estimate Gordon Ramsay's fortune, their words not mine, as £67 million. Yeah, I know it's shares in a company, but it's still a lot. I don't own millions of pounds in shares. And you know, so what? Gordon Ramsay is one of the richest chefs in the world, even back in 2007. Big deal. Isn't it at least a little surprising that his whole thing with Kitchen Nightmares is being relatable and that sort of thing? He was a multi-millionaire by the time the show was being made. This is the thing about Gordon Ramsay's public image. It's not just complex, it's contradictory. He claims to be in it solely to help these restaurants, but we know that can't be true because we're watching a TV show about it. The fact that this show exists means it's a lie. Every episode is this constant push and pull between two states. On one end, you have the idea Gordon's making a show for profit and raising the drama on purpose. On the other side, you have the idea that Gordon's trying to help the restaurant owners. They can't ever go too far towards each side because then there's no show. Kitchen Nightmares has to exist in this window. This becomes really obvious if you watch another show Gordon Ramsay made, Gordon Ramsay's 25 Hours to Hell. It's essentially just Kitchen Nightmares, but the whole gimmick is they're doing the entire episode of Kitchen Nightmares in just 24 hours. And also, there's this giant truck called the Hell on Wheels for some reason. It's about the size of the average American SUV. Normally, they would film an episode of Kitchen Nightmares for like a week. But because this is only 24 hours, they don't have as much time to get the perfect footage they want.
Sure.
So Gordon really doesn't come across like a good guy in it. Now I just want to ask you, the core idea of 24 Hours to Hell and Back is about going into failing restaurants so that they can help them. How effective do you think that's going to be if you keep people up for 24 hours straight and then make them work a full restaurant shift after? This is just my opinion, and so is the rest of the video, but the whole show doesn't work because it's too transparent. Gordon doesn't give a shit. It's kind of the same feeling I get watching the intro to Kitchen Nightmares. What emotion am I meant to be feeling watching this? They made the letter I in the logo a knife. It looks like an assassination sequence from Danganronpa. Without a doubt, Gordon isn't just the main character, he's the hero of the story that Kitchen Nightmares is telling. That means they'll do anything to frame him like a hero. Even though Gordon's the main appeal of the show, he's all over the intro sequence, they don't present it like a Gordon Ramsay show. He doesn't even like host it. In the UK Kitchen Nightmares, the show was called Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares, and he would narrate and present it to you.
It's my second day in Wales, where I'm trying to help the owner save a famous Walnut Tree restaurant.
But in the US one, they dropped his name from the title entirely. For some reason, there's a completely different person who narrates the show now.
Forest Hills, an upper-middle-class enclave in the heart of Queens, New York.
The only time Gordon ever directly talks to the viewer, it's with these weird little asides where he tells you what's going on in his mind. But he's not actually talking to you or me, he's always looking slightly off screen, and his dialogue is always framed like he's talking to someone else. And then usually after doing one of these, he always walks away from the camera, like he's been interrupted by having to talk to us. Where are you going, dude? Just to be clear, this is a choice. Whenever they shoot people who aren't Gordon, they look into the camera just fine. And there's loads of stuff like this. The show doesn't even start with Gordon. He enters like 5 minutes in, after the restaurant owners have already been introduced. It's a bit weird, isn't it? It's like Gordon is a guest on his own show. The show that he executive produces. The more I looked at this, the more I realized this is Gordon Ramsay's image. Of Kitchen Nightmares is they get access to Gordon and his expertise. But when you think about the way an episode of Kitchen Nightmares is presented to us, the viewer, it's like the value we're getting from the show is that we also get access to Gordon, like he's this exclusive entity. And this is everywhere across Gordon Ramsay's image. Gordon's always been really popular, but he's arguably the biggest he's ever been today. And I'm not just talking muscle-wise either. The average Kitchen Nightmares episode was probably 3 to 4 million views. Hell's Kitchen was peaked at about 12 million in an episode, but the Gordon Ramsay YouTube channel has over 20 million subscribers. As Boiling Point says several times, Gordon hates the term celebrity chef, but he will still make all of the public appearances that come with that.
I don't want to be labelled as a celebrity chef, and I don't have that status. I've never wanted that status.
And the food critic A.A. Gill has this to say about it.
Being a celebrity chef is the worst position for him. He's really bad at it because he can't control his temper.
Gordon's reputation for being quick to anger was raised for reality TV, but it accidentally tapped into something else as well, the internet. Kitchen Nightmares was originally on the air between 2007 and 2014. Do you know what else was airing during that time? Yup, we're actually doing this. I swear I have a point. Gordon's personality perfectly taps into that brand of outrage culture that the internet just loves. I honestly don't think it's that much of a stretch to call him the angry cooking nerd. They're pretty similar. There's videos where he's passionate about stuff, and then there's other ones where he gets angry for no reason. I'm just saying, we might be a few years away from a skit where Gordon meets Bugs Bunny. Okay, that's quite enough of this bit. The way most people are watching Kitchen Nightmares these days isn't on TV, it's on YouTube. Specifically, the Kitchen Nightmares YouTube channel that just posts clips of episodes of the show. If you haven't seen the Kitchen Nightmares whoever runs it must be like 70 years old or something, because it's some of the worst out-of-touch, relatable meme humor I've ever seen. It's like stuff you would see on Twitter. Like, yeah, I'm really gonna click on this because you referenced Rafflecopter. It's like someone took those Sunny D depression tweets and put them in the hyperbolic timetable of the DVD. This is genuinely one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. No matter how long I look at this, it still feels kind of icky, because this is a very cynical decision. The Kitchen Nightmares YouTube channel is trying to cultivate a parasocial relationship with you, because it knows there's only a finite amount of Kitchen Nightmares episodes out there, so it needs you to come back and click on the videos for another reason. Parasocial being a one-way relationship, where you get invested with someone you don't know, by the way. It's fine, it's just a part of being online. A lot of people have them with YouTubers. I really like your head. Isn't building a relationship with Andy, it's building a relationship with the social media manager of the Kitchen Nightmares YouTube channel. Guys, I got a promotion. The Last of Us finale broke. I can't think of anything funny. I'm on my 3rd coffee and I feel nothing. How about you? I particularly like how they use no grammar in that last one, to make it extra relatable. For me, a Gen Z. All of this is to say, even the parasocial relationships on the official Kitchen Nightmares channel treat Gordon as this exclusive entity that you can only get a little bit of access to. That's how meticulously maintained his public image is. But let's look at how one of these Kitchen Nightmares episodes is made behind the scenes. Is what I would say if they had ever once actually talked about how they make it. They're incredibly secretive about how, so to speak, the sausage is made. And the reason they'll never say anything is because if they did, you'd realize just how insanely stacked the deck is in Gordon's favor. For example, one of the ways they get the first food is by putting the camera everywhere. And that's not everywhere in an exaggerated sense, it changes everywhere in the restaurant. I first realized this because I was watching an episode where they pretty much admitted this scene starts with a moment alone with the owner of the restaurant during the show. And it's shot like this normal shot, reverse shot scene, where it's just these two guys talking. People's reaction, you're not even supposed to think about the camera being there. And then Gordon says this. And then it pulls back, and the reveal is almost like a joke. You just realize these guys are trying to be honest with one another, and they've got these two giant dudes with these bazooka missile cameras staring right in their faces. This must be how most of the show is filmed. They leave it away. That's when I realized a lot of the manipulation in the show is subconscious. Just putting a camera in someone's face is enough to make them do something that they don't want to do. It's a really powerful psychological thing. Humans naturally feel uncomfortable when they're being recorded. It's like acting is a professional job. And what do people do when they feel nervous? They go with the flow. This feeling of going along with something that you don't quite understand is literally the basis of some other entire show. It's that powerful a feeling. But this scene isn't done yet, and check out how the rest of it's why else would Gordon ask for a moment away from the camera?
Dobro večer. Ništa, oduševljavam se ovim divnim vremenom. A gdje ste vi što ima?
In fact, I would argue the only purpose this scene has is to make Gordon look better, right? Like he did a selfie.
Gleda neki dokumentarac o ovome, kako zove, Gordonu Ramsayu. Ili bolje reći o showu kome on bio. Onaj paklena kuhinja, kako se već zove ta serija.
Kuhar.
But it's another thing to go into someone's restaurant, own and work in essentially a second home, and then set it up there.
Jo, malo nađe je fantastično. Trunku blama nema. Imaš klip da sede pored njene keve, da keva gleda na OnlyFans, da je gola. Ustala žena od stola i otišla.
In the 18th century, a guy called Jeremy Bentham.
I oni to snimaju, koji su debili, ono je.
Pa to ti je, kako bi ti rekao, normalno.
Teko ovaj sprala je posebna vrsta debila.
Ja krivim ljude koji to gledaju. Nemoj da se ljutiš. Ne tvoju kevu već. Mislim, ako nema publike koja to gleda, onda nema taj koji to emituje.
Idealno, idealno. Jel' tako moj Milan? Da ti je jedne takve sad ranom zorom, a? Šta ti je? Bil uživo, a? Da čujem. Bil ti moj Milane uživo. Mokrasi. Naravno. Kako napreduje s istraživanjem papira oko kući. Ja da je to to napreduje. Ne. Sad ću vam dodati nešto gledati. U nemaš ako je već uknjižen. Veze što je uknjižen je na tvog čaleta, samo prelazi u tvoje vlasništvo. A daj, nemaš ti duplu uknjižbu. Ne moraš, brate, mili, kako nemaš mučiti čale. Poslednjska rasprava je i advokat tamo će predo neke sitne pare. I u Bogom mi.
I'll get it.
Da, slušam.
Bounty hunt contract.
A to samo kod nas ima, ja to engleski kad sam pričao, ovo je moja, ona kaže, koja ste vi glupa država, kaže, on ne može da veruje.
Forming zombie kill.
Ja mislim da je to apsolutno sjajno. Sjajno. I ovdje prebaciti. Mater. Ja. Mene ne bi moglo.
Kako si naporan, sve ti jebem. Ego bi se. Ma duje. Nevjerovatno.
Indicating backup punch location. Hunt contract.
Finish, huh?
Tried to get a deck of HVT cards printed up. Great to know. That target's a big one for sure.
9-hiljada la. 100 godina, pardon.
Fundies. Welcome to my channel.
Fundis. Niçin nasıl Fundis?
O! Ti mi kurac, mamu.
Eyes up. Eyes up. I'll get it.
Uziraj malo, moram u WC, kafa radi posao.
Bounty hunt contract. Informing zombie kill.
Savage. Welcome to my channel.
Hey, buddy. Okay. Hello, sir. What's up? E6, E6, E6.
Moving to my mark.
On my way.
See that thing on your tag map? Help us collect a piece of it.
Got to go.
We'll find new ways to purify it.
E6, E6.
Eyes up. Flank here.
Okay, he got Perez. Discharge. No problem. You could be my you could be my Oh. Nice.
Eyes up.
Looks like that was fine. What is this spawning? Stop it. Wait. Yeah. Oh, good.
I'll get it.
Oh, good. Where do you want to go? I basically want to kill two special zombies, that's it. Wait. Okay. Sure. Give me good contract. Take me over the buffalo.
Nearby. Expect increased enemy movement in your AO.
Home on the range. Is it that difficult to set collision to 0 on a fucking bush? Yes, it is.
Pull us out.
Radio nešto za posao, posao.
Kakav posao? Ne može on da radi sa 40 godina. Ja kad sam išao na posao, on je rekao ti ideš na posao, ja idem kod Boga. Ja rekao pa ti Bog plaća račun. Kaže da, Bog mu plaća račun. Ja rekao onda da.
Boba!
On i Bog imaju deal, znaš.
To je sjajno!
Sjajno, ne znam.
Nox goes away. Profi ubica, zavatila ga demencija, jel? Blago stvari u toku zadatka. Delo je mnogo dobro.
Time to go.
Ovo su reći rapte da ninjaška glava, ve. Milane, što ti nisi ja da ne bio? Mutirao se, onda postavljam.
Ti znaš kad nije on u fokusu razgovora da odlazi.
Ben ga uviđi.
To neka tuča, Luci i Snoopy stupu.
Šta kažeš, Ilija?
Zvuči kao tuča. Kod tebe.
Ma ne, ima plozova, neki isječak iz Hellblade-a. Ho. Dodan Ičić. Dodan Ičić.
I'll get us.
Wow.
Holding fresh mag. Undead forced out. Terminate. Time to go. Great weapon stash contract. Great weapon stash contract. Marking extraction zone. Great weapon stash contract.
Starson, welcome to my channel.
Wow. Znači vidim prvi frame i zadnji frame kad ne udari. Evo vrat. Genijalno.
I'll get it. Marking extraction zone.
Yes, I will.
pull us out then.
Bang here. I'm on my way, but I don't like the look of this thing. Don't keep waiting.
Time to go. Raid weapon stash contract. Undead hostile terminated. Moving this way.
Sutler.
Confirming zombie kill.
Slow movers close on the strike. One right. Pulling eyes.
One less and dead.
See you soon, strike team.
Changing mag.
Seconds out. You ready to roll?
Cleaning out or going down. Jolly undead
Right
combatant.
here. Give me some cover.
Yeah, welcome.
Eyes up. Swapping mags. Threat down. Loading fresh mag.
Picking up and those clouds aren't getting any lighter. Kindly hurry the hell up.
Swapping mag. Tossing decoy. Grenade out. Valuable here. Changing mag.
Bang here. Full cabin. Expo helo headed back to base. Good work. What kind of emergency response?
Burger GCU. Welcome to my channel.
Yeah. break. I really hate this.